Uju, sabueguneas disinikas mus dutem anishna gipmen dönemigu ue chimiga gistagus anongum ue amiga gisebauga ue nongum anishna misiguksha uegi mishum sina naukweng meaguching ue nami ma chimmeasiteskotati otngueg ue tibiskigisis nami ma gewino chimmi pick up tebiot nongum ue Westa nongum pemisi bagussenta muat kiwi no ue miwawi tukkena gonguek nongum ogo westa ma muskinega boyot nguek tikuna bini niuk ue ge nongum ninge sibitukka mixing ue weni pemi babin dakuttu wa nongum ue ge nongum nguek ogichidakweg give me ue sagi maobu give me desinta muat kiwi no nongum ue namiksho ue nongum peminani gani sitta wastema vino nguek kuek tebenta muat ue sagi maobu nongum anishna gawin dani basichiskosi vino ue uganen desinta na ue getabmi machia muk ue nagamu nongum maisitti bendaguk ue nongum Anishna miksesigu ue nongum inikip menötu wangaing kawin ue nongum dani basitötu si nongum ue mima miigwetch ago nongum nguek pemi babindigeskaut nongum nguek teiganek nongum ue nastamage voitök nongum ue gafmi babindiganek seba nongum ue möbinesikeni nongum Uege migonik kieo nongum uege besig uete esitti bendaguk uega pionju mama chang ue migonik kieo nongum namikuseye weni pemiga gisundama nongum ue poganagega pabindigeskaot nongum ue nongum utabachichiganeo gafmi matesituat nongum ue migonage nongum ue nongum nigabianong nakke beonsikaut ngueg binesieg nongum namikusengeg weni bemigagi sumago nongum uege nongum skittenaganes nongum ue gafmioni lamuat nongum hau weni bemigagi sundan nongum ue kinagegu cheni mamin sego apmen desindamuat nongum ue nongum ejonishing nongum namikuseye bin kamigang nongum ue nongum gesamagak nongum ue nongum nguegitatsu kaniminanak nongum utegesitattaganabing nongum ngueg aniant kiot igitsiaminanak nongum namikuseye minik nongum gebmendanötua nongum uege nongum onagan gapmioni namuat nongum kaine vimone desin jimme desin dama nongum hau mikushoe nongum koea nongum minikebmendanötuan hau miigwetch
gawin pa na wala siya kasi. Kuwe git me nanibaan. Kuwe git me tipikak kuwe kenin. Kipil tisyon tu kuwe ni bikang kaksuka na gawat nata ni sinabe. Kuwe pemeyang kuwe wa. We go to Chimano where ipinaska we tuite. Ipichike kushie tuma hop mi mai shibuzen dene kutte shikona kei jamanong me kushie anko we me manga shka hop mi manga me is we quick time if me ikate we hop. Jugo saite wamanong na kei danya yamen hop mi gieg ma Sasagi bios the way me moer where's the stak. Hamige panak kwege not the shma be sukana geja wat mani bikam. Sketch me wa pana genin when chipinda kutu on be. Kana shme we din and the man chip mat is go we. Nimina the mak chu ma genin ya. Ni be ma mago ni traditional be. Gichimin wandam. Oma hela big day oma. Skete shuege, ejaba takpane, matut saning genin, ejaba pitikaya, wegweniga, keep me to we. Me where's your man the man genin? You're gonna share up at the skete shueg, aware, the bin aware. The bin aware, G master, the great or Lucia McCormas. You wear, give me no nagamon to wear, and wear the bed. The bed nagamon, make the shed.
to Gilbert's Medewan this weekend.
Oh, okay.
He's walking on his own now.
Yeah.
He was using a walker. He hibernated all winter, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boxing Day, that's when he went into the hospital.
Oh, he's been in the hospital.
Yeah,
I've never heard.
yeah, he couldn't talk to him or there was something wrong with him, so
Aho, bonjour. Dinamag ni tuk. Ni gana benes di go. Pigeon do tem. Ni usmin kaning don G. Mi go go ma we must time ko away. Ugaman na gamon tumachi gate. Ugitita tish away. Uganiga nian. Ige ugamak kaning ige buksen mi go ge into bin the geshmoig. So we're going to get started here soon. My English name is Don Jones. Nigiguzmin Conning, Pijou is my clan. We're going to be asking singers to render a chief song. Grand Chief will lead the procession, and we're asking chiefs to join in if you wish. And then we'll get into the agenda for today. Miigwetch?
Miigwetch, quiet man. Big round, thank you. Can't see it. Looking for those dance moves there. Yeah, that's big. Hey,
Aho, Miigwetch. Kushi Miigwetch. Keninge ni dinagige kitchenong in Schnabeg. Jiktagizm apiche. Wege. Wegema kanu bashkan digang. Kaun jit gevin givich tatima. Miigwetch kitinen. Wejishwe. Miigwetchima. Wegema kan. Jibak niget, mishuge we ogichita, Kevin ma Jibak niget sago. Itishye, we much dying, so I like to give my heartfelt Miigwetches to the singers from Lac La Croix. I could listen to them all day. Sound really good. Also, the chief from Mubashkanigang for helping out. I want to turn to Chief Kerry Addis Norwegian for some welcoming remarks, and I'll turn the mic after to Gichita Kavanaugh. I understand that Net Lake tribal government is not available at this time. Chief Addis Norwegian.
Bonjour. Men me wego ne bik dishnikas. Beba mate gijiguke. Maingani kwenske. Nigani bene sike dishnikas. Poshashk dutem. Kitchwanonge nindonji. Mete gande jitagui. Quechba machta ni mami gwechitagos. Miigwetch denag geganagamot. Kenziensag. Chiktagos yogi nagamot. Wewene, kisha chigeot, Miigwetch kendina, weja boigoneash, menangego gechtak, weogabi jaot. Nichrishna nanik sugagi pijaot, magabi tukazwat, Miigwetch denag. Ejibebe jigwegchku gegitish Miigwetch ninem. Miigwetch denag de weganag, abachichiganan gatajrek sichigat tegen Miigwetch kenyan detanen. Miigwetch kendinag ma kino, ejibebe jigwegu wakio ma. Wakio gima yege no Miigwetch kitenenem. Nem tigushim ashna gekendam kain kina tasiyug aw magayaot wewene tashke chishe tstaguan deje pagosendam ye when jishe chigean. I just wanted to say Miigwetch, Chief Kerry Addis Norwegian from Lac La Croix First Nation. I'm also part of, I'm a helper at a Miigwetch Lodge in our treaty territory. I want to say just Miigwetch to our singers from our community for singing those beautiful, beautiful songs. Today is truly a significant day for our community. This is our first time hosting a Treaty 3 assembly. And in our discussions and planning, we are very excited to have this opportunity to do so. And when I talked with Ogichita, he he really was happy and welcomed the idea for us to host. Unfortunately, in our community, we don't have the facilities at this time to host in our community. So we decided to host here in Fortune Bay. Because from my First Nation, we have a lot of relatives that are from Minnesota. We have a lot of relatives here in Bois Fort. We have relatives in Grand Portage. So our relations go further than just our community in Lac LaCroix. So we wanted to acknowledge that, and I want to acknowledge the territory of the Bois Fort Indian Reservation that we're here in their territory in Miigwetch to them, and I acknowledge them for hosting us in their territory here at their facility. I also want to acknowledge our helpers. Danny is always our helper. He's my advisor, my mentor, and he stands with me in a lot of things. Acknowledge our council that are here from Lac LaCroix. We have Norman, we have Curtis, we have our Gitchitakwig. Curtis is waving in the back. He's not single. So if he says he is, he's not. Yeah, so I just wanted to say Miigwetch to our council for coming and joining us here. It's a very significant day. We're honored to be hosting the assembly, and we have a gift on behalf of our community for Ogichita. This is on behalf of Lac LaCroix First Nation. Kichiwanong and Anishinaabe are going to provide you a gift as part of our Miigwetch to you for the work that you do. And we always start off, the way we started our opening today, we wanted to reflect what we would normally do in our own community. We always start in a very thoughtful, careful, kind, and considerate way when we do our ceremonies in Lac LaCroix. And we wanted to reflect that here, even though we're in a different venue and a different tribal territory where our relations are. We still wanted to reflect and represent how we would represent ourselves in our community when we're here. And we always do it with our traditional protocols, and we do them very carefully and thoughtfully and with kindness and love, because we think doing that, it sets everything in a very positive way. So we always honor our water in our ceremonies in our community. So I just wanted to share that piece. And I have giganim ko. Giganim ko Norman the BCA binige. And the other thing we were trying to host, we try to combine some fun with what we do in our community, and we're hoping to host a karaoke night tonight. We're trying to find a room, so we're going to be talking with some Treaty 3 staff to confirm the room of where we can host the assembly. And the other person I want to acknowledge is Cassandra Aditis. She's our youth representative here from Lac LaCroix First Nation. Niboin, stand up, Cass. Wave. There she is. She'll introduce herself at a later time. So we're going to present Ogichita with a blanket on behalf of our chief and council and on behalf of our community. Kipiska monana. I guess sweet grass. We're also gifting him with sweet grass as well. Geisha Nimin. Kami gamen ba mine? Kami gamen. Oh, 4. Janie. I have a number of staff here as well. I have to acknowledge our helpers that are here in the room. We have a number of helpers that are male as well that are here to assist us throughout the next few days in following our protocols. So this is our gift from Lac LaCroix, Kitchiwanong Anishinaabe, on behalf of our chief and council and our community membership. Mia. Kich Miigwetch ki bizin de egg. Miigwetch. We just wanted to mention also and acknowledge that he does have a lot of family in Lac La Croix, so he has connections and relationships to Lac La Croix as well. And I think he has a few women there. I'm just kidding. He doesn't. Okay, Miigwetch. Miigwetch, keep us in the wig.
You almost knocked him over with that comment. Miigwetch, ang kamahakan. I'll turn the mic over to Ogitita Kavanaugh.
Bonjour. Son coming in Digo. Kebe asige nenige. Kinak. Ogimas. Ke oe. Lac La Croix and Joshka Namago. We so in Scott Tegabo. Dishinikas. Me etigan de naman. Sna. Patane nogi et dine maganag. Gichine and dan koye. Ye tigishan, umotchean, pane, wewene, dotagog, ye tigishan. Mishoe genin, kanjichi kendaman, oe, we na hosti toato, henabi nikeg, oma nakei, oname sagegan, mine kate, oe, Lake Vermilion. Mie minendan kio goe ngma Miigwetch ag kabakinigeat dan kio goe nibe agita shindang kio goe Norman nagamoin niema Miigwetch apche kimeno tagosem Miigwetch kenge na oe teo egan yete abonje ayat Miigwetch ke oenge nag Miigwetch ke goe Genag anit nishteo eganag. Minenda napiche ke oe ka bijoshko namago an. Oe. Memendege go oe ka ishinaguk. Mieshinaguk. I have a Mustang. That's the color of my Mustang. Miigwetch, yeah. Anyways, I have a lot to be, thankful for. It's been a pleasure and an honor to have served the nation in the capacity as Grand Chief. For when I'm done here in October, it'll all be about 11 years I've been Grand Chief, and I've met a lot of people. I think I know almost everybody in Treaty 3, and it's been a great honor, and I just want to also, I always prepare comments, prepared statements when I do my opening, because, as I get older, I tend to forget what I want to say. So anyways, I just want to acknowledge the traditional territory we're in, Lake Vermilion. Good morning, everyone. I would like to acknowledge the prayers and the songs, beautiful songs that are rendered by the Lac La Croix drummers, Miigwetch for that. I would also like to acknowledge Chief Kerry Aditis Norwegian for being the host of this year's Spring Assembly. As well, it is good to see everyone this morning. It's always nice to see faces that have, become friends and acquaintances over the last decade. Miigwetch for being here. As well, I want to extend my deepest and sincerest condolences to Chief Commigan, who lost her husband last week. Also, my thoughts are also with Chief West Big George, who is in the hospital in Thunder Bay and currently is doing well, I hear. I'm reminded of how serious, how precious life is and how valuable the health of our loved ones truly is. I am glad that so many of you could make it here this week to work towards protecting the well-being of our communities. I am also reminded of how difficult the job of the chief can be, but I'm inspired to see so many of you come together to support one another and work together for the good of the nation. I myself was able to take time off and go on a fishing trip to Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin with my good friend David Lindsay. We were involved in a bass tournament on Lake Michigan, and it's amazing what a lot of fresh air and being outdoors, out in the sun can do for a person, because I've been struggling with sleep for many months now, but I've been sleeping well since I've been out there, out in the open, so I'm glad for that. It was the first time in 5 years that I've been able to go there. I've been entered in a tournament for this year, 5 years now, but COVID restrictions didn't allow me to go, and then when I was able to go last year, a week before the tournament, I got COVID myself. So this year I was able to be there. I'd like to thank David for taking me out there. Also, I was reminded that we have all been under incredible stress over the past 3 years as the communities have dealt with the problems of the pandemic. I see that once again our agenda is filled quickly as there is so much work going on right now. I also look forward to the updates from our constituent councils and the Chiefs Committee today. As we all know, I'm in the final year of my term, and I am proud and inspired by all the work conducted by our chiefs, our councils over the last 4 years. Once again, it is good to see all of you chiefs, and I appreciate all the work that our staff have put into making these assemblies possible. With that, Miigwetch, everyone. Aho, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Ogichita. Can I ask Cassandra Aditis to come and join us up front? This is a continuation of a resolution that was passed at a Chiefs Assembly where youth are mentored and can eventually take over my job. Not necessarily Eric, he's a lot younger than me. Okay, I understand she's taking a break. This is a National Assembly. The agenda for today, and Eric and I have said that the agenda is always evolving. So for today, the council updates are going to take place shortly after the agenda overview. The first presenter would be the 2S Council, Kieran Davis. Yep. I understand Winter Lipscomb's not available for the Youth Council. The Women's Council will be done by Priscilla. which will take us to around about noon, where Gary Allen will do a presentation on an update on the Treaty 3 150th celebration. Also had a request from Chief Perrell to include a presentation on Canada's draft Undrip action plan and proposed Grand Council Treaty 3 Undrip submission to immediately take place after lunch. Sarah Mainville will deliver that presentation. She will also deliver some notes for your review on that presentation. Following that, we're told and we're encouraged to keep the updates to 30 minutes each. The Social, Economic, Environment, Cultural Chiefs Committee, all these chiefs have tee-off times. So we will continue with the agenda for today. Yes. Oh, there she goes, Cassandra Aditis. Okay, I'll introduce Cassandra for some comments.
Bonjour, Martiana Gashik, Indigenous Cause, Rashkin Dutem, Kakeshunang Dunji. My English name is Cassandra Aditis. I'm from Laclacroix First Nation. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to come here and represent my reserve. And I look forward to learning and participating over the next few days. Yeah. Go easy on me.
All right. She said, go easy on me.
Miigwetch.
Okay, Miigwetch. I'm also honored to sit beside Okichita, Grand Chief, and also Eric Fisher, my co-chair, who has his own brand of AI, Anishinaabe Intelligence. So I'll ask the council updates. Kieran Davis, are you ready to go? I understand he's online. I'll get out of the way.
Hi, Bonjour. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I just have to figure something out. Hi, Bonjour. Nijo Gabo Nindishnakas Atik Nindonam Bishko King Nindonji. I'm calling right now from my workplace. I'm currently working with the Independent First Nations Alliance on an interface fire crew. So I train both structural and wildland. As for my update, I'm going to be pretty short and brief. I didn't prepare any presentation, so I'm just going to be speaking on it. Since last fall, I've had the opportunity to continue my work on the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council, and as well as as of March 2023, I was asked to sit on the National Two-Spirit Council at the AFN level. And so throughout the fall and winter, I was invited to the AFN assembly in December, and there I was allowed to listen in and kind of learn and participate a little bit. The National Youth Council have welcomed me as well into their meetings at the AFN. So I've attended both their AFN meetings in December and last month as well. I think it was last month. And at the AFN in December, the representation for Two-Spirit peoples was not there, and the acceptance of our peoples was also not there. So I had spoken up, and I'd like to thank Chief Brian Perot for allowing me to speak at the mic there as well. And so that brought a lot of awareness and a lot of visibility for Two-Spirit peoples. I ended up being on CTV, no, is it CBC? And they did an article, and I called out the regions to push for their Two-Spirit reps for their regional areas, so that we could actually have the National Two-Spirit Council introduced at the AFN level. And so that pushed a lot of people and a lot of open eyes, I guess. And so now we are pretty much almost filled up on the National 2S Council, so we will be introduced in July as an actual council and not just invited to attend. I've been in meetings with Minister Hadju, as well with the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, and got to speak a little on what needs to happen for funding and resources in the northern communities. I got to speak a little on the NHB funding for Two-Spirit peoples, and like just all in all, transgender or non-binary and a part of the community and healthcare in our northern region. So I've done a lot of work and a lot of meetings at the national and Ontario level. We hosted, the Ontario First Nation Young People's Council hosted a youth gathering in March in Thunder Bay, and we got to connect with youth all across Ontario and just kind of get to know them and do a lot of activities to show them. It was a gathering on youth governance, so we got to introduce like how things work and share our stories. Also, since the fall assembly, the YUC and Two-Spirit Council members, myself and Winter Dawn Lipscomb, have started a podcast called When the Frogs Sleep, and it's a podcast based on traditional and just life storytelling and bedtime stories to share on Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts. And we've actually hit over 500 downloads so far, and we've only put out like 6 episodes, I think. So it's been going really good, and I'd like to give my thanks to Debbie and the staff around Grand Council Treaty 3 as well for their support, because without them we wouldn't have been able to reach as many people or share as much as we have. I've also been doing a lot of meetings with ISK and sharing my knowledge and learning a lot more about emergency management, because I have a working background in emergency management in the territory and up north. I've done deployments, and helped a lot with evacuations and fires. And so meeting with ISK, we were supposed to meet monthly, but we met like 2 or 3 times. And so we're trying to push for an initiative on having a youth-oriented emergency management team from all across Ontario. And so those meetings are held with the OFNYPC as well. I'm kind of forgetting a lot of what else I've been up to. As for the 2S Council, we haven't done too much of meetings and getting together, but I hope to do that more so this summer. But yeah, I'm not gonna take too much out of the agenda. Wanted to come and say hi and give my apologies for not being able to make it there, as my fire schedule is it varies. And yeah, Miigwetch for having me on Zoom and giving me the chance to speak a little bit.
Miigwetch, Kieran.
Thank you.
Any questions? You entertain some questions? Okay, if not, we'll continue on. As mentioned, Youth Council is not available. I'll ask the Women's Council to come up and do their presentation.
Bonjour, Wapshiki Mayangan Nibo Ekwe, Chibanganing. Good morning. My name is Anita Collins, and I am from St. River First Nation. I'd like to acknowledge the sacred items that we have in the room, our elders, our youth. It's awesome to see our youth here. Very, 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 very good. The elders in the room, and the chiefs. Don't mind me, I'm just kind of nervous. People would say, "You nervous?" But I'd like to acknowledge Chief Commemoration as well. Noel was a good friend. I just want to take this moment and have a moment of silence for Chief Commemoration. Just a minute of silence if someone can keep a time. Miigwetch. The Women's Council has been very busy. My gosh, we do a lot of traveling, and we what I like the best on what we do is our water ceremonies, and we go to different places. We're invited to different places to do water ceremonies, and it's really, really connected with it, with the water in so many ways. But you want to come and work this for us? She doesn't know how to work it. So in your packages, you have the woman's presentation, and quite long. I think you're going to need a what do you call those little round things, a microphone glass or something like that? Or just use your glass or something until it's kind of small. Right now, what do we have? We have our mandate. Priscilla will read it.
Bonjour, Anine. I forgot my name. I told Lucas I was nervous. Pasagwane wabik nandushin cause namain and odem. We also have two members that are not here. One is online, I believe. Her name is Mona Gordon from Lac Seul First Nation. Brittany was in the room. She's from Buffalo Point. I will go into the mandate, what the Women's Council does. And this is very important for the young women that are sitting around here, because in October of this coming fall, this current Women's Council will no longer exist. It'll be a new one in October. So just to keep in mind that in August sometimes your bands will be notified to select women to attend a traditional selection process. Our mandate is to empower, identify, and advocate for the unique needs and aspiration of Anishinaabe women in the territory. Also to provide education and awareness by bringing the voices of Kukums, grandmothers, mothers, aunties, and daughters from the people to the people. We also guide the implementation of Abenuji and Akanagewin. So the inherent rights and the best interest of the child is always adhered to. We help guide, promote, and safeguard the protection of Nebe and Aki, Mother Earth.
So in January 20th to 23rd, we held a Treaty 3 Anishinaabe Quig Empowerment Summit in Cooch.
Winnipeg.
Oh, Winnipeg. Wrong meeting. In Winnipeg, Manitoba, women gathered to listen to stories, provide feedback, and have open dialogue about how to learn and empower our women. Especially when it comes to day-to-day issues facing them. When I talk about day-to-day issues, it's dealing with our youth in our communities and our elders and the women and the men, and helping find that path to healing. As I'm sure it's not only my community, but we are dealing with drugs and alcohol and abuse in our community still. You know, and to me, I thought, you know, me growing up with abuse and drugs and alcohol, I thought it would have died by now, right? I thought it would have died down by now, but it seemed like it gotten worse. But those are some of the issues, and not only that, but we have our own family issues to deal with as well. So empowering women, we need to empower our women. We need to give thanks to our women about all the work that we do and that they do at home. 100 people attended from each of the 28 communities. Attendance indicates the importance of social issues in Treaty 3 First Nations and how impactful these gatherings can be to inform sharing, intergenerational empowerment, and community unity.
Not too good. Not too good.
Needless to say, the issues were sensitive because they dealt with MMIWG, human trafficking, violence. What is women empowerment? It is the process of increasing the ability of individuals to make choices and transform those choices into desired action. What were the key themes identified to acknowledge what's holding women back from the empowerment? MMIWG. The experience of impact of MMIWG two-spirited people present throughout the gathering. Why? This is unsurprising, as violence against women has touched the lives of many Indigenous women and two-spirited people. And not only women and two-spirited, but our men as well. We're starting to lose a lot of our men through overdoses, through beatings, alcohol. Barriers such as violence and racism against women are issues that prevent Indigenous women from experiencing safety, equality, in both on and off reserve. The National Enquirer into MMIWG has clearly stated that the violence against Indigenous women are outgrowth of colonialism and oppression. The priority of the women at this summit was to end the cycle of violence against women and taking that back to our communities. When is it going to stop this violence against women? Right? We need to start talking to our young ladies and making those right choices about who they're going to marry and who they want to be with. And we have to start showing them that love, because love is where we get our caring and our love from. Respect. I always thought respect was the 8th teaching. Or I should say forgiveness. I don't know why I had 8 teachings. I don't know. I woke up one morning and forgiveness. We talk about forgiveness and how we need to forgive people in our lives that have hurt us and our kids. In order to move on. In order for our hearts to be pure again, right? I'm babbling on, okay. Human trafficking. Trafficking is happening all around us, in our towns, our cities, and across the country. Human trafficking is described as modern day slavery involving the recruitment, transportation, and harboring of persons for the purpose of exploitation, typically in the sex trade and through forced labor. Joyce Smith Foundation. Human trafficking becomes I get tongue-tied. Hindrance to women empowerment, preventing girls and women from experiencing safety and equality. As you can see in the pictures, we had a lot of women come out for the empowerment. There was a few ladies that were recognized. It's a lengthy presentation, so I'll just skip through some. Family violence. The issues of family violence was present in speakers' presentations. Many named family violence as an issue that perpetuates harm of Indigenous families and communities. Violence in any form prevents women from succeeding and reaching their full potential. There is recognition that family violence is multiple layered and complex, often being linked to the fracturing of family ties through the 60 scoops and the IRS and other circumstances. Due to complexity surrounding the problem, the women felt that a solution must be multi-faceted and tailored to the unique needs of each family and community. And by what we mean by that is that each community has their own healing process, right? Each community has their own teachings, their own ceremonies. And once we get back into our ceremonies, our young women will have a better chance at life and picking that choosing their partners wisely with the help of the kukums and their grandmas and aunties. Business and financial empowerment. Financial independence is crucial to Indigenous women's well-being. I know we keep our finances because we're moms, right? We're the ones that are doing all the shopping and all the what we need for the house. So I think we're pretty good financial managers. Financial empowerment is the ability to make independent and informed economic decisions. When women are independent on their partners and family members for money, they may be. When women are dependent on their partners or family members for money. Vulnerable to financial abuse, meaning that their lives are controlled by the income earner of the family. The following points were made during these discussions. Creating open spaces and lines of communication on what the financial situation of the family looks like. 2, having a will that represents your wishes and desires. Gaining understanding of all financial terminologies. Protect elders from financial abuse of any kind. Help with financial coaching, credit checks. Obtaining a form of identification. And the ladies on this side were some of the ladies that were recognized at our empowerment. Sarah Mainville was one of them.
Women leadership, is this even on? Women leadership throughout the summit, the women were reminded that in many ways they are already leaders in their own communities. They are at home as a caregiver, at work, through volunteering with friends, sorry. This gathering was an excellent way for women to share about their experiences as leaders, to encourage one another, and to continue building leadership skills. Excuse me. Every presenter offered wisdom and advice for the women to exercise more control over their lives and to share their gifts with others. Sorry if I'm speaking too fast. The future. To develop a strategy that would end violence against women, including racism as an issue. Trafficking. To protect women from manipulation and exploitation, there needs to be a concerted effort around education, prevention, and reporting. Using social media to spread information about human trafficking and get women of Treaty 3 involved. Joy Foundation encourages Grand Council Treaty 3 to join the See the Signs initiative and to use them to create awareness. A focus on unity was brought forward where the Grand Council Treaty 3 would come together and share a common vision to protect the people in our territory. There were recommendations that the trafficked victim should not go to trial to avoid reliving traumatic experiences. Supports for the families of victims, if possible, help and teach families about PTSD, trauma, and Stockholm Syndrome. All this too. Any initiative taken by Grand Council, Treaty 3 Women's Council, or First Nation community must have a well thought out strategy to deal with the complexity surrounding this problem. Solutions must be multifaceted and tailored to the unique needs of each family and the community. Honest and open dialogue must begin between leaders, men, women, and youth to address this issue. Excuse me. For individuals that need help with financial coaching and applying for credit checks, referrals, and tax filing, SEED offers their services to the nations of Grand Council Treaty 3. They also offer money management training with discussions, financial literacy, and more extensively. Excuse me. They also offer a form of identification for women who wants to start their journey in gaining financial independence. Women leadership. Leadership skills workshops teach ways to effectively communicate and set boundaries so that one can thrive both at work and in her personal life. Self-esteem workshops help encourage women to believe in themselves and support each other in their communities. Financial empowerment workshops help women to gain financial independence so they have a sense of security.
Which one?
Autonomy. Business workshops help women to develop their business skills, management skills, financial skills, so they can set up a business they would like.
I'm going to say that concludes the report for the
And that includes the support for the
report.
The report. Sorry.
That concludes. Is that all?
You want me to read this too?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Gathering, held at the Best Western, Dryden, Ontario on February 22nd. The purpose of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Family Gathering was to gather the families to discuss Treaty 3's recommendations and the 321 calls to action. Activities included presentations from 3 speakers: Heidi Spence from Manitoba, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that, MKO, to get Manitoba's perspective on what they do for missing and murdered Indigenous women in their area. Jody Smith from Treaty 3 Police discussed ED, no wait, never mind, I'm sorry. Discuss what their program does, Spirits of Hope. And Cassandra Buns discussed her previous work, such as the Red Ribbon Campaign. Families looked at the recommendations for Treaty 3 to see if there is any progress with them and if there is anything we could add on. The conclusion is that we only got through a few of the recommendations and are planning to finish the last of them in another family gathering.
That concludes the MMIW gathering that was held in Dryden. One of the big focuses for Women's Council is on water and women's responsibility for water. Needless to say, we helped in the development of the Nebe Declaration, and so up on the board back here you will see the Nebe Declaration. It was a couple of years of before it was actually completed. And so as an Anishinaabe woman, we are givers of life, and because we're givers of life, we're responsible for speaking for, protecting, and caring for the water. The water gatherings is an effort in partnership with the Grand Council Treaty Number 3 Territorial Planning Unit. So we've had a number of, you'll see a number of posters up there, and one of them is a call for walking with Nebe. And we had 3 locations, one in Fort Frances, one in Dryden, and one in Kenora. And that was beginning on April 20th in Fort Frances. Here we did the ceremony for the water. We made the water bundles, and we did a short walk, open water to put the bundles in, both at Bears Pass Bridge and the Seven Oaks area. And the Kenora walk was postponed that day. So we went through, and I'd like to thank my chief, Brian Perro, for helping us a lot with this walk, because the water is not only about gives life, but it's also about balance in everything in your life. And so we need to have just as many men and women there. So when we walk, we accept our sacred responsibility to look after the water. We also walk to bring awareness of the need to protect our waters and Mother Earth. We also walk to ensure our future generations have an understanding of our responsibilities for water and that they develop that responsibility to protect and care for the water. We walk with the continued protection of northwestern Ontario, our Treaty 3 territory, its water resources, our surrounding ecosystem, and its wildlife. Every step we take is a prayer for Nebe. Every step we take is a prayer for Mother Earth, for the animals, for the birds, the insects, the trees, and for us, the all two-leggeds. By all of us walking, we offer a prayer for life. We also participate in the World Water Day. Nebe is sacred. And on the next pages, there's a bunch of pictures. One is in Fort Frances, where we show some of the ladies making the bundles. We also show the pictures of the ceremony part. We show the actual walk into the Seven Oaks area, where one of our Treaty 3 staff ladies put the bundle in the water, and in her hand she carries that sacred bundle. It is a belief that as that bundle travels the water, that it cleanses everything underneath that it passes. In the Dryden Walk, you have to keep in mind that this day was very, very cold as well and icy. And the Dryden Walk went ahead, and they had the youth that came out here for their water walk. On May 5th, Kenora held their water walk, and we had the ceremony under the big tent, and then we did walk up to the big fish, and then we walked back, and then we put the tobacco offering and the food offering into the Winnipeg River at the end of Lake of the Woods. So there's all the pictures of it, and it's well received, this, and we certainly, it's in our 4th year of implementation, and it's getting bigger and bigger each time we host one of these events. In partnership with the Territorial Planning Unit, we also do the experimental lakes water ceremony. And here at the experimental lakes, it's one of the pristine and only protected waters that are in our territory. It is located in northwestern Ontario, off the Trans-Canada Highway. It is, we go about approximately 3/4 of an hour down a gravel road into the experimental lakes area. It is a research facility, and there's many scientists and biologists and you name it. All these environmental people are there checking the water, checking the environment, the land. And they do their experiments. And we even have people that have come from third world countries, and they examine our water and they compare it to their water standard back in their home country. So we every spring and every fall, we do the water ceremony for experimental lakes. In partnership with the Territorial Planning Unit, we also launched the Nebe portal. For those that have not been on a canoe trip yet, here is your chance to go on a canoe trip. And that canoe trip can be found in the Nebe portal. It's an online website that provides all kinds of information that you want about the water. The official launch of the Treaty 3 Nebe portal was on February 14th of this year. And through the guidance of the Women's Council, knowledge keepers, and technicians, the online space was created in order to share Ojibwe teachings, experiences, and responsibilities in relation to Nebe. Much of these teachings are based on the values that are in the Nebe Declaration. The Nebe portal is a continuation of the Nebe Declaration. And we must strive to preserve, protect, and respect all Nebe throughout our territory. This space is continually evolving because people continually put new things on the website. And what you will find on the website is the Water Declaration, both an English version and an Ojibwe Moen version. You will read about stories about water that people have put online. You will read about the teachings of water. You will look at artwork on the water, and you will hear our voices through our songs that are on the portal. We are going to be launching with the Territorial Planning Unit the curriculum for water that is going to be online on this portal. The curriculum will be used from preschool right up to high school. The portal is done both in Ojibwe and English. And here at the bottom corner down there is a picture of what the portal looks like when you go to the site. Miigwetch.
150th anniversary signing of the treaty. The Women's Council has been taking part in the 150th anniversary of the signing of treaty events. To date, the Women's Council had held 4 Zoom presentations on the following topics. This effort is about creating more awareness about the Women's Council and its activities. On January 28, we had a ribbon skirt demonstration with Nipikin Hunt. January, where's February? We don't have one for February? Oh, okay, on March 16th, we had a moccasin making demonstration. On April 5th, we had healthy boundaries, self-care, and mindfulness. On May 6th, we had TP teachings, led by Catherine Jack.
Collaborating, consultation, and planning meetings, territorial planning units. Treaty Road Film Production, APTN, in production and to be aired as 6-part series, Grand Council Treaty 3 Women in Water, in a segment filmed November 23rd. Steep Rock and Women's Council meeting November 23rd, 2022. Nebe Water interviews, January 29th. Nebe Water interview, February 8th. Land management meetings, February 24th. Watershed Forum International Falls, March 8 and 9. Environmental Stewardess Gathering, Port Francis, March 22nd to the 23rd. Accumulating Effects meetings, the fall of 2023. Staff Strategic Planning meeting by Zoom, April 5 and 6. Bannock Point Water Gathering Planning meeting, April 25th. Video Community-Based Monitoring Program, April 23rd. Other Grand Council Treaty Street Department meetings, gatherings, CJ property meetings, March 3rd. I don't even know what this must be loud enough. CJ Property Meetings, April 3rd, Anishinaabe Health Care Law Planning Session, March 29, 30, 31, Black Bear Casino. MMIW Gathering, Dryden, Ontario, February 22nd. Abenuchi Child Care Consultation Gathering, Winnipeg, January 18 and 19. Anishinaabe Health Law Regional Workshop, Fort Francis, April 26th. Justice Conference, Couchiching First Nation, January 26 and 27. Oh, is that me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Buffalo Point First Nation. At the Empowering Women's Summit, a group of Buffalo Point Anishinaabe Quayugs addressed at the Assembly of Women. They spoke about the following issues: lack of housing, no access to service from the community, ban from entering certain parts, no access to food or store, no help for children's clothing. Trespassing orders were put on those band members who were involved in protests. To address this situation, a shake tent sweat was held at Nikachwaning First Nation. Women's Council members supported this sweat. Instructions were given to the council member of Buffalo Point to take back to the community members. Since then, they have completed the first round of instructions given through the sweat. As well, the community members were told they had to have another subsequent sweat for women from their community. Women's Council meetings. The council has bi-monthly meetings. Other meetings are called as needed arises. Since last report, the council has met December 12th, 22, January 4th, 23, February 25th, 23, April 25th, 23, May 12th, 23. Upcoming events. Bannock Point Water Gathering at Whiteshell Provincial Park, Manitoba, May 25, 26, 27, and 28. Zoom presentations of 150th Anniversary Treaty Event, June 25th. How to make a rope necklace or keychain.
Up here in the corner there is a, how do you say that, decal. The Treaty 3 Women's Council was a partner with the Treaty 3 Police Service in the design of the MMIW logo. This decal can be seen on our local Treaty 3 police cruisers, and now this decal is visible and on display on the Barrie police cruisers. We hope to see more police cruisers take up the MMIWG logo. Our local artist, Valence Mar, designed the logo more than a year ago, and this is just the sample of the talent of the young people in our territory. And at the bottom is a picture of the Barrie Police proudly displaying our decal. I also wanted to add that we were talking with the Chief of Police, and we asked whether any work was being done about a meeting that we had with Constable Sky, I think his name is Jeff Sky, and we had made suggestions that in the Kenora jail and in the Fort Francis jail or any other jail in our territory, that they begin the process of painting the top of the ceiling in their cell, and to put a message, a spiritual message on top of there. And so when they're laying on their cell, they look up and it's food for thought about why they're in jail. I'm proud to announce that the work is going to be unveiled soon. They're now putting the symbols on there. What's needed now is the messages that are going to be on the top. So that's just another way that the Women's Council is working with the Treaty 3 Police Service. The most important part of our report is here. You've heard about our women's empowerment, workshop. You heard about our MMIW gathering, and you heard about Nebe. We now are on the next steps. What needs to be done from all the work we've done? First and foremost, I want to say that in August of this year, we will be sending out notices for selection process for the Women's Council. So any woman in this room that wants to step forward, now is your time to do that. And we just gave you an example of the kind of work that is being done with the Women's Council. So the traditional selection process will take place, location and date to be determined at this point in time. Through these gatherings, there is a need for investment in mental health services that are accessible for all, including those who are homeless and experiencing addiction. There is a need to build supports and resources for Indigenous people to experience inner healing and love. The need to turn towards elders, cultural language, and ceremony to find healing and pride in one's nation. The need to offer mentorship and educational opportunities for youth, adult, and the elderly to encourage lifelong learning and transformation. The need for nations to assist one another to ensure all communities and Treaty 3 are strong. The need for more women empowerment events. Any initiative taken by Grand Council Treaty number 3 Women's Council or First Nation community has to have a well thought out strategy to deal with the complexity of dealing with family violence. Solutions there must be lots of solutions is what we're saying, and tailored to the needs of each community. And they must be answering the needs of each family and community. A community with the task of developing a strategy, a committee with the task of developing a strategy is required. There also is a need to develop a strategy that would end violence and racism towards Indigenous women and girls. The need to develop a strategy to deal with trafficking in our towns, Fort Frances, Kenora, Dryden, and our communities. We need to have more MMIW gatherings, and they must be situated in roundhouses where the healing takes place. More concerted effort needs to be taken by Grand Council Justice Unit to push forward the MMIWG final report so families can get closure. And we have a lot of families in Treaty 3 that have been affected by MMIWG. Continued strategies are needed to develop Nebe Inakanagawan to protect the water. Having a water declaration is not enough. We need a law. A resolution to this effect can be tabled by the chiefs to further the work at this meeting. Miigwetch, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch.
Any questions? Any questions?
Oh, is Mona online?
Somebody let her in.
Huh? I don't know, Mona might have something to say if she's online. She's not online. Oh.
Chief Aditis.
Bonjour. I've already introduced myself by my Anishinaabe name earlier, my clan and the Medewan Lodge that I'm a helper of. I just wanted to, it's not a question, it's more just an acknowledgement of your work, the important work that you're undertaking on behalf of our nation. I just want to say Miigwetch to each of you, to our Women's Council, to the 2S Council for the work that you're doing. There's a lot of empowerment, raising awareness on really important issues. You know, there's really important issues that our women are dealing with in our communities at time, and I'm really glad that you're bringing awareness and speaking on those issues, even though it's not easy. It's not easy to do so. To talk about MMIWG, to talk about violence, to talk about treatment of our women in our communities and outside of our communities. It's happening in both areas. So I'm really thankful that you're making, raising that awareness and bringing that forward. Your advocacy, Miigwetch for your advocacy. And I also want to say your Miigwetch for sharing and reminding us of our obligations to the water, to Nibe, and how important we are as women in ensuring the care and protection of that. So Miigwetch for that as well. And I know there's your term will be changing in October, possibly. And I just wanted to say Miigwetch to you for your work as our Women's Council for our nation. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Gary. Any other questions?
Mona's trying to get onto the Zoom, if you can allow her.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Hi, bonjour. Wapshka Nimiti Benesti. Nindish Nakaz, the Mani Tontam. Peshiko Mate. Peshikukang Donjaba. Peshikukang Ningiwe. Miigwetch, first of all, I just want to acknowledge all the sacred items with you all at the Chief's Assembly. The pipes, the staffs, the drums, all our sacred medicines. And I guess I'd like to acknowledge the Ogichta and all the chiefs present. Miigwetch Chief Carrie Aditis for welcoming us in Treaty 3 to your traditional territory. And speaking of that, I'd like to acknowledge your territory and the spirit helpers of your territory as well. I apologize for not being able to be there, but I have my 3 grandchildren in my care and my son as well. So trying to find childcare for 4 small children on a long weekend was near to impossible. But however, I'm glad that I'm able to connect with you all through Zoom. Miigwetch to the Two-Spirit Council for their presentation earlier, and Miigwetch to the women that have presented on behalf of the Women's Council. In addition to what the Women's Council have presented, I guess there's just a few areas that I'd like to speak on. And it's in regards to the sacred laws that govern our nation and the lawmaking processes within our nation. And particularly the Anishinaabe na Miigwetch and the first law and the customs and the protocols around that law. It's been part of my sacred responsibility and my sacred task given and spoken to me by the ancestral grandmothers and grandfathers when they brought me forward to become involved in the Treaty 3 Women's Council. And I understand that we are coming out of a place of brokenness and with the impacts of Indian residential school and the impacts of that genocide and the effects that it's had on our people and our communities and us as a nation. However, moving forward, I think it's important for us to embrace the strengths of the Anishinaabe Nakanagewin and the laws, the customs, the protocols, the teachings, and the best practices of Anishinaabe and Nakanagewin, and to ensure that this is at the forefront of all we do in our service delivery models when it comes to working with the communities of Treaty 3. And when I say that, I think Treaty 3, I was hoping to make the recommendation for a resolution to be passed by the chiefs, that there be a cultural sensitivity awareness resolution passed that will embody these laws and the customs and the practices and the protocols of these laws that all the chiefs have voted unanimously for, whether it's Anishinaabe, Nakanagewin, Manitoulin, Nakanagewin, Abenunji, Nakanagewin, or Nape, Nakanagewin, and all the other laws that we may be developing in the future, that there is a cultural education or cultural sensitivity awareness education opportunity for education and educating our not only our communities, but educating the First Nation organizations that operate within our traditional territory, and ensuring that, whether they be board of directors or whether they be panels of chiefs of Treaty 3 already that look after, that govern certain organizations, that there is that cultural sensitivity awareness campaign, that education campaign from Treaty 3 to these organizations and to the communities, educating them about these laws and these customs, protocols, and best practices. And I do believe that, when we start to assert ourselves in such a manner when it comes to the traditional laws that our chiefs vote for, our chiefs vote to sanction as governing models and governing laws of our traditional territory, it's really important that we continue the follow through and the follow up, and in bringing these laws to the grassroots people, bringing these laws to the organizations that serve our grassroots people. And I guess for myself, I feel like it's a part of all of our sacred responsibilities to the ancestral grandmothers and grandfathers that we make these efforts as a collective body on behalf of the nation and behalf of our people and the communities that we serve. I, for one, and it can also be seen as an initiative, perhaps maybe a truth and reconciliation initiative. Maybe there's funding dollars there that can be applied for to create a cultural position within Grand Council Treaty 3 to help facilitate this process and ensuring that these laws are at the forefront of all that we do, because that's where the healing will come from. And I think we can all attest to that, and we've all probably received that direction at one point or another in certain ceremonies, that this is what's going to heal our people. So in honor honoring that direction from ceremony, that this is what will heal our people, I believe that, you know, it will only prove to be beneficial for us to ensure that those resolutions or that resolution or that's being sanctioned and brought forward and, you know, solidified at the Grand Council level. Miigwetch. So thank you all for allowing me to speak, but I just feel like that was something really important that I was hoping to table to the chiefs and ask in requesting a resolution, to reflect that. Oh, Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch? Any questions? If not, we'll take a short break for lunch. Return on or about 1 o'clock. When you hear the drum sound, please make your way back into the assembly. Soup and sandwiches are on, so we'll see you back here shortly. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Norman, Jordan, and the singers, host community, Miigwetch, Ugamakan. I'm taking the afternoon session over. I see that most of you were here to see Don, and a lot of you have left already. Just a reminder that we're in a National Assembly, so quorum is not required from the chiefs. For Wednesday and Thursday, we'll be in Chiefs in Assembly, so we'll require 14 plus 1 chiefs to be present to get the meeting going. So that's for tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. But today we're in the National Assembly, so we do not require quorum. I'm hoping that the next presenters, we have, I believe, 6, would keep within the half-hour limit. Gary just requires 20 minutes, but to allow any questions that somebody may have. We have Gary Allen. He's here to update everyone on the 150th anniversary of the signing of the treaty. Mr. Gary Allen.
Bonjour, Shawnagabu and Nigo, they can know them. Nigus Minikaning Nindoji, Miigwetch Gin Nagamo and Aman Nungum, Miigwetch away Poaganak, Migonak, Utegan, Miigwetch Koyak, Urski Nigik, Itish away Ninio Kipijak, Itish away Miigwetch Ogamaka and Kipija. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gary Allen. I am the Senior Political Advisor for Grand Council Treaty Number 3, and also the CEO for our Treaty 3 Investment Group. So today we have a presentation on an update on the Treaty 3 150 commemoration. I'm joined here along with Manitou Ikwe. I'll turn it over to her for introductions. And then also Debbie Lipscomb, if you could come up and join us, it'd be great.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Haley Krolick, and I'm a policy analyst with Grand Council Treaty 3.
So with that, the events that we have planned over the course of this summer, we're looking at 6 events throughout the summer, and we're working on another. So the commemoration ceremonies themselves, there will be 4 in each of the 4 directions based on the 4-direction governance model. So the first event will be held in Dryden at the Dryden Regional Training and Cultural Center on June the 20th. And the second event will be held in the south at 7 Generations Education Institute, July 20th. And then we'll also have the west, which will be held at Sageen First Nation Power Grounds on August the 23rd. And then the final one will be the north, which will be held at 7 Generations Education Institute Auditorium in Kenora on September the 6th. But we also have 2 other events, which is an arts festival to be held at the KCA Strecker Road site, August 4th and 5th. Is that correct there, Mr. Lucas? Yes. So, and then finally, we're looking to host a dignitaries gathering on September 27th, which will be for the chiefs and for dignitaries from Canada and Ontario and the province and the municipalities to be held at Windigo Island. And so those events are the ones that we have currently working with. But there's also an additional opportunity to have the treaty document to be hosted by the Canadian Human Rights Museum in Winnipeg. We're currently working with Robert Green and Elder Fred Kelly. They requested that the document be hosted on October 3rd. But we do have an issue with the date, as we are looking to host the Fall Assembly on that date in Treaty 3, and that'll also be the election. So our preference is to keep it in the territory in Kenora during those ceremonies for the 150th anniversary. And one of the things I wanted to share is our discussions with Elder Fred and what he had shared with us while we had talked with the Canadian Human Rights Museum. And Elder Fred shared that Treaty 3 is a body politic under Anishinaabe law. The Creator sanctioned the treaty. Minatu Miznaigan. We have to honor the spirit and intent of the treaty. And then he also shared that Miznaigan is related to the pictographs or rock paintings and birch bark scrolls located in Treaty 3. They're also located on all of our lakes and river systems. Miznaigan means putting symbols together. We went through a considerable amount of ceremonies before we put down these symbols. Each symbol has a spirit. Each word we use has a spirit. It's not coincidental, and there is a pattern. There's also structure. And then he also mentioned that Nin Godote, which means family. We are a collection of families, and we are all related. So those are some important points that Elder Fred had mentioned to us as we had talked about the treaty document and really how important that document means to our people. And so I'm going to pass this now on to Haley. She's going to talk about sponsorships.
So we have been reaching out to some of our partners that work with us in Treaty 3. We have been asking them if they're able to provide any sort of sponsorship that would go towards some of the costs of the events. So we have broken it up into 4 sponsorship opportunities. So I just wanted to share this today to let everybody know if they have anybody who they think would be a good sponsor, just reach out to us and we can talk to them.
So before I go on, I just wanted to highlight the agendas that we've constructed. We came up with a basically template agenda for each of the 4 events. And each event will start off with a pancake breakfast. And really, we're looking to partner with the local municipalities in terms of the undertakings for each of those events. So the first one would have a pancake breakfast, and then we get into our opening protocols, ceremonial protocols. We'd like to use the local drum and local elders at each of these events. And then from 10:30 to 12, we're looking at working with Nigana Banas, Don Jones, to brief us on the history of the Treaty 3, and and then also have our chairs of each of our committees attend each of those events. At lunch, one idea was to host a fish fry, but I noticed that we've been having difficulties just in terms of the pricing for fish in Treaty 3, and then also the finding fishers that will actually go and find the fish for us. So it's considerable work there. And then also we're looking to, after lunch, allow time for Canada, Ontario, and municipal leaders to say remarks concerning their role within the treaty, as we are all treaty people. Then from 2 to 3, we'll also have entertained speakers from the region, elders to participate in storytelling. And then in the afternoon, also have a sharing circle with Treaty 3 elders, youth, 2SL, LGBTQ, 2A. Our website is located at, www.150.gct.ca. And so the website has been launched and is ready to go. And some of the things we're also looking at is the community history. Our website contains highlighting our historical timeline, the events that are currently being worked on, and then also we will establish a merchandise online shop, including, and then also have promotional items, and then each of the departments will be looking to have information booths for about each of all the work that's being currently done in Grand Cultural Treaty number 3. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Debbie, and she's going to talk to you about the treaty document itself.
Abuju, Makatakan and Bekandishnakas, Makotadam. We began thinking about bringing the treaty and the adhesions back to the territory in a year ago. May 2022 is when we first broached the idea to Indigenous Affairs, and as part of the 150th. And that was a real learning process as we went upon that year, because we initially learned that the treaty and the adhesions were kept at Public Library and Archives Canada, and that the community copy of the treaty had left in about 2017 to go back to Archives Canada. And so we initiated that discussion with Library and Archives Canada, and I was very naive at the time. I thought, like, I'll just ring them up, I'll send them an email, and poof, our treaty and the adhesions would arrive, and that's not quite the process. And so over the past year, we've had a number of discussions with Library and Archives Canada about the process for which the treaty and the adhesions could come back to the territory. We've had discussions with Kenora Lake of the Woods Museum, which is where the community copy had been up until 2017. And it's been a really good learning experience. Learned a lot about how you archive things and look after things that have been around for a long time. And so through all of those discussions, we were able to work with Library and Archives Canada to have the treaty come home. And the first part of that process is we had 4 elders travel up to Ottawa. They met with Library and Archives staff. They got to visit with the community copy and with the adhesions. And they began to learn about the process that Library and Archives Canada had taken to look after the treaty and the adhesions in the time that the treaty had been away. And we began to talk about how the treaty could make the journey home. And so in order for the treaty and adhesions to come home, we had to hire a gifted courier, and I thought that would be like a Brinks truck. It's not like a Brinks truck, it's actually a transport truck that's climate controlled. And so a couple of weeks ago, the treaty and the adhesions left Ottawa, and They traveled via the gifted courier and in specialized crates that are humidity and climate controlled. There's also lighting requirements that we have to maintain. And so in the picture behind you is a copy of the Pelican cases by which the treaty and the adhesions travel in. There are special locks and there are special codes that we have to enter. There's a humidity bar that's attached to each of the cases. And so when we opened up the cases, once it arrived off the transport, the specialized courier, it went into the museum and it has to stay still or stay present in that place, locked up for 48 hours. And the reason behind that is because we have to have the humidity and the climate controlled cases adjust to the environment within the museum. And so after 48 hours, we were able to open up those cases, and it was a really touching moment because it's been a long time since I actually had an opportunity to see the community copy, and I'd never had an opportunity to see the adhesions, and so that was a really important step. Another important step is, I noticed that Hazel is here. The community copy, the family from which the community copy was gifted to the museum and to Public and Library and Archives Canada, they were able to come in, I think, last week to have the feast, and so that was an important piece. So in the picture, we have the Peloton cases. We show 3 cases, but actually they arrived in 2 cases. And they're basically like a big camera case, very protective, and then there's layers of foam between each of the exhibit cases. Let's go next one. So there is interpretive panels that are going to go that will travel with the treaty and the adhesions, and so part of the criteria is working with Library and Archives Canada about those 4 events and making sure that we have a safe environment for the treaty and adhesions so that they can travel. And again, it's 48 hours every time the treaty and the adhesions move to a new location. And when it comes back to the museum again, it requires 48 hours. One of the pieces we are doing is that, and I need to let everyone know, is one of the adhesions, it's written on both sides of the paper. So when you go to visit the treaty and the adhesions for that particular adhesion, you see the real copy, and then you're going to have a high resolution copy of the backside of that part of the adhesion. And so that's one thing that we needed to let people know, is that that's the only way that we're able to display that particular adhesion. And we'll also have, one of the adhesions got lost, and so it is actually typewritten. And so you can actually notice the difference between the writing of the community copy and the adhesions versus the typewritten copy. So there is no real copy of that particular adhesion. It was lost in the 1890s, and so that's part of the story around bringing the treaty and the adhesions home. And we're very grateful that for the next 6 months or so, we'll have the treaty and adhesions in the territory. And with that.
So we're planning a 4-day gathering. Also, there's also ecotourism opportunities that we're evaluating, and we also are commemorating with the 150th Treaty 3 coin. That's I think there's going to be 1,000 copies. 1,000 copies of this coin. And so, and we're also working on a canoe trip with the Path of the Paddle group out of Kenora, and we're looking to have high school students paddle to Wendigo Island from either Kenora or Rainy. So we'll look at doing that. I just wanted to also state the dignitaries gathering that we're looking at on the 27th of September. I think the first part of that morning will be very important as we're looking to ensure that we complete those ceremonies. And it will be very important that our elders be involved to ensure that we complete all that work to ensure that the integrity of the ceremonies are completed before we allow for those dignitaries to come and meet with us. So, Miigwetch for that opportunity to present to you today, and we'll take any questions.
Is there any questions on the 150th anniversary? Question at the back there.
Yeah, there's going to be a chief's.
Rights assertion is on day two.
Yeah, that's the rights and assertion discussion there with the in camera.
That is a very good question, and on the agenda, the chiefs will be going in camera on Thursday, and in the agenda, it's the rights assertion, and that's within the Métis claims in Treaty 3 territory. So Miigwetch, we're raising that, but the chiefs will be dealing with that issue on Thursday. How Miigwetch? Any other questions? How Leona?
Bonjour, ni gana kami ko kundi ko muna to ba tingong donji. Bonjour, kena wea. Ngajaga na shi. So I'm here today, because I'm very interested in the 150th anniversary, and I'm starting to feel like the Treaty 3 dinosaur, because I've been around so long. And I just want to share some history. I used to cruise around with Fred Kelly when I was 14. And don't use your imagination now. And I really learned a lot, because there was no Treaty 3 then, okay? There was no such thing. There was no band offices. There was no organization. There was our communities. But anyways, I learned a lot because him and his comrades, the late Philip Gardner, and the late Peter and John and Ralph Breer and Ducey Breer and Steve Jourdain, their offices were in their vehicles, and they were organizing Treaty 3. And I was 14, so sometimes they'd meet in bars, and I couldn't meet in bars, but here Fred would bring out pop and chips for me, so I'd wait. But I got to throw some humor in this history. So the next thing you know, they did organize Treaty 3 as a corporate structure of a president and a vice president and a secretary treasurer. Your first president of Treaty 3 was Ralph Breer from Couchiching. So times evolved. They were able to organize and get band offices for the communities. And so, but things have really evolved, to the point I was cleaning up my stuff. And in they used to elect the president and the vice president and the secretary treasurers by the 25 chiefs. And in 1995, the chiefs of that day changed it to an election process that included the councillors of the 25 First Nations. There wasn't 28 then, there was 25. And so, and I have this Fort Francis Times, news thing that I'm going to give to Gary. I think, is that who I give it to? I'll give it to him, because it does talk about how that happened and what happened. And I'm quite lucky. I was the first Treaty 3 electoral officer. It wasn't a good job, but I did it. And but in here, there was a plan that this newly elected Grand Chief and tribal area chiefs were to be there for 4 years. And in that 4 years, the Chiefs Committee on Governance was supposed to organize a people election. So that's 28 years ago, when that happened. That's why I say I feel like the dinosaur of Treaty 3. And so 28 years ago, we're not there, and why I'm bringing it back here, because the whole corporate structural organization of Treaty 3 and even today's selection process for the Treaty 3 leadership was probably not there during the signing of the treaty and the signatories of that day, okay? I believe we had our own Anishinaabe governance system, and the terms are probably not right when we use terms like custom election, hereditary leadership, because those are English translations. But we have our own Anishinaabe words for leadership of that day. So that's why I want to share this. I feel it's important that when we start celebrating, the original signing of the treaty and honor those signatory chiefs who signed that treaty, we need to do that. And we need to look at, truthfully, how do we ever go back to our true governance process before the imposition, and I want to say forced imposition of the Indian Act, who took away our tribal Anishinaabe leadership process. Okay, so I really want to see, something that's from the heart here in these celebrations. And that's what I came here today. I drove all the way from Winnipeg. And, this is so important to me. I've been talking about this for years now, and it's happening. The other thing I wanted to say is, my family probably has that missing document. And so we will be talking to the people that are, to negotiate something on it. I just want to share that here. So, Miigwetch, everybody. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Leona McGinnis. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Oh.
Pashkinega boy conditioning cause I take do them. Obashkandagang donji, Kage Kwegendigo. I'm from the Caribou clan. Miigwetch, to that lady there, what she's talking about. I've been sitting here and listening to all of you. This is my young uncle, Owe Maganabatabit, Don Kakagizik. His mother is my late father's aunt. And he is sitting here. He was sitting over there with the pipes. And he carries an old pipe from our ancestor, Ajawashkijin Kazo, who was one of the original signatories of the original treaty. And he carries one of those old pipes that were used from our ancestor over there. Mima mi mai at awe a pogan ke te pogan mi awe a joash meshki ashki jin kazo ge ni ne mishomis a kwe bineski jin kazo awe ma main a no ge show mishomsen a awe ngichin dan ken dan kubitagan de te tan ke to ton tan kubitagan mi tas awe kchi pogan awe mi awe a joash ka ba chat nya poganan mi ye QGB ge at mi awe ga ba tisit a joash ki jin kazo mi ma wins net tenik mi sunjit ba chmon mi ma awe
Miigwetch, just a reminder, we do have a pipe here that was present during the signing of the treaty, and that's the reminder that our elder wanted everybody to know, that we should also include and honor the items and the pipe that was there. So we're in great presence of the pipe that was at the actual signing of the treaty. Miigwetch. Okay, I know we have other presenters, so if you do have a community history or knowledge, please let Gary, Haley, and Debbie aware of the community knowledge, and I think some of the items have surfaced during the 150th anniversary, so Leona. Gary's going to come and ask you for what's it going to cost for you to release the other Miigwetch. That's very excellent, and looking forward to the 150th anniversary. Miigwetch, Gary, Haley, and Debbie. Let's give them a hand. I have a really high honor to organize the 150th anniversary. Chief Brian Perot wanted a special request for the Assembly to allow a presentation from Sarah Mainville. And Sarah?
Bonjour. So we handed out documents. So I hope that everyone has those documents. It's a slide deck on Undrip, as well as the submissions, draft submissions from Grand Council Treaty 3 to Canada. So I'm hoping that all the chiefs have some. I think we have a few extra if you need one. Bonjour. Kabamishi Pinisi Kwe Indigenous Cause. Makwa Dodam Kuchiching Nandoji. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. And I'd like to mention that this is moving really fast, this engagement that's happening with the federal government. They had a 2-year time frame, and unfortunately that was negotiated by former National Chief Perry Bellegarde to actually make it a 2-year time frame as opposed to the 3-year time frame that Canada was proposing. So we kind of negotiated against ourselves there. And because of the 2-year time frame and the fact that we only got the funding for this engagement in the summertime. We started, my law firm, JFK, started working with Debbie and others to get a chiefs meeting together here in Fortune Bay in the fall. We also had another chiefs meeting just a few weeks ago in Winnipeg, and have done some engagements with the youth, the women. We also attended the Women's Empowerment Summit, and tried to put together this submission in the time frame, the very limited time frame that was before us. There is a slide deck. I'm not sure if it's up. It's called Undrip. I did give it to you this morning. So just the main thing about the time frame is I just learned, because I'm also acting for the Assembly of First Nations, that on Friday the Canada actually closed the substantive redrafting and revising of this draft National Action Plan, and it's going up to the Minister for Minister Lemendy's approval, and then it'll go to Cabinet probably mid-June. Probably even earlier than that, because the law says, the federal act does say that this national action plan has to be tabled in Parliament on June 21st, 2023. So that's what's pushing this all forward. Is it up? I'm very aware that we're in mid-afternoon, and I'm trying not to take more time than I need. Is it up? Okay. What am I pointing at? Okay. So, I'm not going to stick too much on a real substantive overview of the submissions. You do have a copy, but what I do have to say is that it is based on those discussions that we've had with the chiefs, and certainly many things that I've heard by attending the Chiefs Assembly about our nationhood, our jurisdiction, our treaty. And so those are all part of this submission. But I'm going to share some specific things that we sort of need to act on. And there is a resolution related to this. And it's really important because there is an openness of Canada to meet directly with a delegation of Grand Council, so some chiefs. We had met last week, and I really apologize for the short notice, and I really understood when chiefs were trying to make it to Ottawa as part of the delegation last week, but just couldn't because things unfortunately came up, and there's a death in the community, there's other commitments, other important priorities, and I really thank Chief McVicker for making it to Ottawa, for Chief Jeff Kofinis for being on virtually, and also for Councillor Swampy, who's also here from Saugeen, to making it out to Ottawa as well, with some hardship because I think he took a WestJet flight. So I'm happy that they made it, and certainly Canada listens more to leadership in those types of meetings than they do to leadership's lawyers. So I was happy that they were able to make some very heartfelt and direct submissions to Canada about Treaty 3, about our jurisdiction, and making sure that this action plan actually has actionable measures related to historic treaties. So as an overview, as far as the time frame, just quickly. So this delegation on May 18th was in Ottawa, meeting with Canada and scheduling another meeting. I'm going to share 2 dates with you. That's important because we are hoping to have another delegation go to Ottawa on May 30th. Another Chiefs delegation, May 30th, Ottawa, and June 5th in Winnipeg. So we're hoping that we're actually crafting measures, actionable measures about our jurisdiction, about treaty, and about dispute resolution outside of court related to the implementation of historic treaties. So those are things that I think that are doable between now and June 21st. But those 2 meetings are important, and I hope that we have a strong delegation that's available for those 2 meetings. Again, May 30th, Ottawa, June 5th in Winnipeg. I'm trying to advance the slide. Okay, so for the most part, I don't think anybody was expecting a lot in this action plan, but it really is problematic in the way that there was a March public rollout of a action plan that basically was a template. There's a lot of language related to things that was already being done. It wasn't really an action plan. It was more of a template and assurances by Canada that there would be stronger measures in a later draft. Because we have a confidentiality agreement between Grand Council Treaty 3, a reciprocal confidentiality agreement, we were able to do 2 things. We were able to get the confidential rolling draft, which we shared on May 16th. We shared highlights of that rolling draft to the chiefs, just to inform you about how problematic it was. And we also were able to share these draft submissions on May 18th. So May 18th, they do have the draft submissions. They've looked at the submissions. They haven't accepted the historic treaty measures that we've suggested. I'm going to highlight a few of them. But the most important thing is they're open to these 2 dates to actually put measures in about historic treaties, about inherent jurisdiction in partnership with us on May 30th and June 5th. The major frustrating part of this is there was 1 chapter in the original March draft about shared priorities, and it was focused on this really problematic way that they're rolling out policy and law. We know it through Bill C-92, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. That basically keeps us in the Indian Act box. And that preferences Inuit, Métis, because they don't have historic treaties, and the Métis don't have Aboriginal title, but the Inuit have an Aboriginal title in modern treaties. So it's really creating a hierarchy of rights as far as the UN action plan. And the hierarchy of rights is first, in the top tier, is modern treaties. The second tier is these self-government agreements, and the third tier is historic treaties, and that's a problem. Canada wouldn't be Canada but for these historic treaties. Canada would have no sovereignty but for these historic treaties. There wouldn't have been confederation but for these historic treaties. So it's really a slight on treaty partners by having this hierarchy. There's 1 single measure in the confidential rolling draft about historic treaties, and it's not enough. We're suggesting in our submissions that there'll be another chapter created specifically on historic treaties. And you can see there's several measures in, here's the confidential draft of the action plan, and it's got about 150 measures in it. We've added a 6th chapter, historic treaties. So we have like measures 168, etc. 200 measures, 150 measures, and only 1 being on historic treaties, which is quite the oversight and quite the failing. The other thing is we're trying to make sure that it's an action plan and get away from this non-committal language that's throughout the action plan. I should give this to somebody that knows how to work this. Okay. So the draft submissions include key issues for the Grand Council, and there's this supplementary submission that you have, chiefs, talking about this, adding to the measures that are in this rolling draft. revising it, making sure that there are actionable items, and then having this 6th chapter on historic treaties. So we want to, through the resolution, finalize the submission so that we can formally submit them to Canada, and then also to have a mandate for this delegation to continue talking about those specific measures related to inherent jurisdiction, dispute resolution, and historic treaties. So after the May 18th meeting and Canada looking at the submissions, they want to show that they've been talking to historic treaty partners, but they haven't. In fact, you may know this through social media, there are lots of sovereign First Nations that are not engaging in this process. I don't know if you've ever heard the term Undrip or seen Russ Diable's feeds around the Undrip. I don't agree with him on this. I think there's an opportunity here. But there are a lot of historic treaty partners who are just not saying anything about this action plan. And that's a problem too, because it gives a big stage for the Métis and the Inuit to do a lot with this action plan. So they have chapter 3 and chapter 4 are Inuit and Métis measures. Chapter 5 being modern treaty measures, and we hope chapter 6 will be historic treaty measures. But even that, we're suggesting, of course, at the AFN meeting, it was Regional Chief TG that says, we won't have it if chapter 2 is not related to, well, chapter 2 is related to First Nations, but we won't have our historic treaties take a back seat to modern treaties. And so I'm hopeful that we'll see a reorganization of those chapters. And I just want to explain something that I think that you may not understand because it's in here and it may be something that you've seen for the first time, but it's certainly something that Grand Council has not seen for the first time because it's of the Grand Council's making. And this is an idea that's happened since we start meeting about treaty with the British. So we had an 1869 Treaty Council. We had an 1871 Treaty Council where we talked about treaty matters, but we didn't agree to a treaty. And then we had an 1873 Treaty Council where we agreed to a treaty. These treaty councils are where we talk about past grievances, first and foremost. We have a solution, and then we talk about new matters. That's an Indigenous, that's an Anishinaabe invention. And I, as a lawyer, I support when we take the treaty to court, but I don't think the court is the proper place for treaty. And I think this treaty council, if it's truly nation to nation and with ceremony, under the guidance of the Creator and with those pipes and those other helpers, to make sure that we do this all in the right way, through Anishinaabe law, as well as Canadian law. I think that's the best approach to healing our relations so that we have better relations going forward and we meet the promise of Treaty 3, which is that we both benefit, we become stronger together, and then we become friendlier. We're very strange right now with Canada. They don't know us. They should know us very well because those treaty councils, they happened in 1874. They happened in 1875, and guess what happened? St. Catharines Milling, then they stopped. So it's something that Canada's listening to. They listened to the delegation, we talked about it, and so this request to quote is about some of those submissions. So Canada's request to quote is these 3 paragraphs. The first, that the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 did not surrender any rights of self-government by agreeing to Treaty 3 in 1873. We exercise our inherent jurisdiction as the Anishinaabe, planted on the land by the Creator. Since time immemorial, the Creator entrusted the Anishinaabe to care for lands and resources on Manitoua Key. the territory at the height of land where the waters flow north to the Hudson's Bay. So that's potentially, if you consent, will be in the National Action Plan. The second paragraph, we reiterate the critical importance that Canada's action plan must provide for the honorable implementation of historic treaty promises and do so in a transformative way that renews the Crown Indigenous treaty relationship and implements Undrip. This must include specific, measurable actions, including reinstating treaty councils and providing for redress and restitution, an important word, restitution for treaty conflicts, disputes, and breaches. There is an urgent need for justice in light of historic and ongoing Crown breaches of treaty. That's the second paragraph. And finally, the third paragraph, if I can get it to advance. The promise of the Treaty Council model, one of government-to-government deliberation and discussion, was intended to produce solutions agreed upon by treaty partners, approved in ceremony in the presence of the Creator. Annual treaty councils were meant to facilitate stronger bonds between the treaty partners and were historically used as an avenue to negotiate treaty, raise treaty entitlements, and resolve treaty grievances within the treaty relationship. Reconstituting treaty councils today would bring back the initial cross-cultural institution defined and used by Crown Indigenous treaty partners during the early treaty-making period. It would provide for a treaty reconciling forum that incorporates the Indigenous practice of treaty council and allows for the reconciling of competing Crown and Indigenous authorities and jurisdiction to regulate activities within shared treaty territory. So this idea of the harmonization of our Anishinaabe and Oknageewin, the administration of our laws, the administration of their laws, that could happen at a treaty council. It's the appropriate form in my mind. Advance. So the action plan is, again, it's going to be tabled in Parliament because it's legislated to be tabled in Parliament on June 21st, 2023. And it could include these quotes if you consent. I'm hopeful that we can get these two meetings, if you approve. That's the second decision, to have this delegation on behalf of Grand Council and the nation meet with the Department of Justice. They're going to have, and they did have, Minister Lemeti's staff were there, Cernak was there, and ISK is going to be there for the the May 30th meeting and the June 5th meeting. So there'll be other, if we want to talk about free, prior, and informed consent, NRCan will probably be there, Natural Resources Canada. So I'm hopeful that these meetings go forward, but happy to have any concerns shared. So there's a resolution, and you have it in your deck. So the three key elements of the resolution are to submit this action plan, make the submissions, finalize them to the Government of Canada, have a bilateral process with Canada, have those two meetings. We also are definitely one of the engagement partners that Canada wants to recommit to an implementation phase for the National Action Plan. There's not a number of parties. Like, I represent a number of collections of First Nations, including tribal councils. They're not getting the same invitation you're getting. It's not like you're getting the VIP treatment, though. We have to push and push and push to make sure that we get those measures in about that help Treaty 3. And the third one was, we've talked about this in Winnipeg with the chiefs, is having a national action plan for Treaty 3. I think that's a good way to utilize the resources that we have for engagement, not to simply focus on their national action plan, but focus and commit to a national action plan for the nation as well, in implementing the UN Declaration for ourselves, by ourselves. And I think that's the final slide. There's a conclusion slide I'm trying to get to. There. So the National Action Plan isn't going to be perfect on June 21st, but at least it'll have some content from Treaty 3. If you, again, you need to consent to those 3 paragraphs that are in the slide deck. being included in the National Action Plan. You need to consent to a process to try to get some specific measures about historic treaties, about jurisdiction, inherent jurisdiction, in the action plan, and then start a process of us developing our own national action plan. So that's the end of my presentation. Miigwetch. Yep.
All right, Miigwetch, Sarah Mainville. JFK, Sarah will also be the speaker on the resolution when it's presented by the chiefs. I believe Brian may be the mover on the resolution and seconder, so. Chief Wetton Island. Can we get the microphone on?
Yeah, that's what I want to say, because we have young people in our midst, and we have to say the right things.
Yes,
okay?
I agree.
That's what that pipe tells me.
Agreed.
That pipe was present when they concluded that treaty with the Crown. When Ajawash was there, his name is on that document. That's what he tells me. Not with the state government, with the Crown. Okay, and when he say nation to nation, that's what from my community to your community. That's nation to nation. From Lac LaCroix to Owashkandagang, nation to nation. Okay? Not with Canada to Wasaga-Misbay, no. From Lac LaCroix to Wasaga-Misbay, that's nation to nation. Canada is not a nation. They don't have a right to nationhood. We do. Okay? And our young people need to know that. Okay? Yeah.
Miigwetch. All right, just a reminder to our young people, we all are nations here, and we just have to treat each other as nation to nation. All right, I don't see any, Chief Witt. I'll go over, Chef. We have a question here that will go to Lawrence.
Bonjour. Makade gabo nishnakas moose dotem makwak wimas wabaguni zagegan and donji. An elder had just asked me to introduce himself to speak to the floor, and I reminded him that it was a National Assembly, but he'd like me to introduce himself, and it's Mr. Green.
All right.
Achinigo mango nisquitagos, me mammy away, gaining out on the man, the man who gave the man gego kawi ni nakamigok. Me ma Kajtebe Mota, Manitum is Neganan, me go Treaty 1 to 11. Ashagoa. I think they're going to be negatively impacted by the adoption of the finalizing of Bill C-15, United Nations Declaration Act, which is scheduled to be, as they reminded us, scheduled to be tabled in Parliament on June 21st. In a month. Midishma Usitai saying there's not one mention in that document of historical treaties. Mi magigit chenda kchimone ging umasgo ugmakanex chinot stuati he read into the Ani kege sitawi going. Michmaga ge a band basis away no chico woman. Che chutap in among away gawi tutamoat. Misheje angwam she angwam minaguk. Ago gemaka nakinasuash be pish going on snabing. The federal government is also using alternative to the Indian Act legislation to eliminate Indian reserves created by treaty and to offload their treaty fiduciary obligations. The responsibility is they're trying to do it legislatively. Going our treaties. Going under that we'll have to apply to Ontario. Through taxing our people under Ontario corporate structure. Me gagawin chigewat. Me kawan day kituan. Kichiwe weni mine was Seragagi kitut. I think we have to approach on a national basis. Chimachi kenishnabeing. Our elder also said that, each community has to be speaking to each other. Chin sit the wind among bushki again when ganineta ushkiag chicken the mot oega is saying Ogegin winga kakchiang so kapi chiang so chicken the mangani ni kagwe napin na ni going. Unchitiko chicken the mang ear. Me mind ogegin when the age is like a sweating. Oega but just tumen oe magas nakuchigang so. Chipisindago using magigagi gituing. Mega non de kituan. Mishikindigo most do them. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Richard Green. Microphone to the.
We have one of our young people to run the mic to anyone who wants to speak. Cassandra is going to get some exercise here.
At that table, Larry and Associates.
Bonjour. Bonjour, get on the Craig Arband in the cars. Minister get up in the cars, just do them. When no gum, the mammy Miigwetch and the Maggie Pitakshan away, and the coming is out Nichanishabe mug. Wagako Nikagi Stagos, Nikagi Star, Nigagis a Magni Tay and egg. No get Poganaga beot. no makikigete pogan gagabat is it meja. Kitang ibigate. Manito mizina igan. Babujo awe. Pogan. Weso kina abachichigan magategin. Babujo ag. Weso ginokine babizigo igumagan shnabe gibojo in him. We apiche nimikskate namo igan ma kanun daman nungum. Umagi gagi tatoet di bakan nigo ikwe. Sarah, Miigwetch, for your presentation. It's an eye-opening presentation and brings a lot of concerns for me as a Anishinaabe from the Treaty of 3-3. Apiching and Anishinaabe yan. We me jagainin ngiongis on council long time ago when we fought against that First Nations Governance Act. So the information being brought forward regarding our treaty is very concerning to me. Like, why are we allowing that to happen? Like, our people signed a treaty as a nation. Like, they're signatories to that treaty, that signed the treaty. Like, Lac La Croix is part of that. Chief Blackstone was our signatory to the treaty. And I'm very concerned. He's probably kicking around in his grave right now about what's happening today. Ja, zanaginagot kasi gabang yung manong gumgaesig. Uwe mi go panini na nanda man uwe. Hapche uwe shingeske uwe go opskiet. Kinege uite jawe shimigo nan. Shege treaty. The treaty as it's written, it's Canada's perspective. Our people had an oral history of our treaty. The treaty it was a peace treaty. It wasn't a land treaty. Minakation set down in from my community. And I'm guys saying right now, it's very disheartening to hear what I'm hearing today about our treaty. Like Manito Mizina Igan. What does that mean? At the time of treaty, my understanding is that they utilized all our sacred items, the sweat lodges, the shake tents, the pipes. They had a bunch of different ceremonies. And they did it during the day they signed the treaty so the Creator can witness that. So may nakkesan natin na man begis ko wichiting uwe nungam chibigataming uwe kain do tayo ngit tayo opskiet umaj ba bejo ga nishina beg gjoy ni mennem o Miigwetch.
Can we get the mic on?
So I'm going to really apologize by going way too fast in that presentation and not explaining the context of what we've been doing with this engagement. We are not doing any negotiations of treaty in this engagement. What we are doing is we are educating the fact that there is a recipe in Treaty 3 for sustainable relationships between the treaty parties, and that we've always had our jurisdiction. We've never given up our jurisdiction, and we've always exercised our path forward through our own laws and our own ways. So that's all in that submission. We're not negotiating a modern treaty, and that's what we made very, very clear. Canada would love for us to negotiate a modern treaty, but we're not doing that. We have a complete and very excellent treaty with Queen Victoria, and all her successive governments should be honoring that historic treaty. And we're asking them to meet with us on at least an annual basis through Treaty Council to begin that long but important process of becoming the treaty partners that we were always meant to be. And I know that there are very traditional understandings of this treaty in the language. And I've listened as intently as I could at every single meeting that I go to. I have deepest respect for people like Phyllis and others that speak to treaty. But what we do have is an opportunity. And I know that there are scaremongers out there on social media that talk about this Undrip process is something that it's not. I know how declarations are made in international law, and it's much like treaty making. I think they borrowed that from us in the UN system. But it's about negotiations, and you don't get exactly what you want in negotiations. And I know that there's an early version of the declaration that people say that we've forgotten. Well, we also have in treaty, we have these 1869 list of demands that were important to us. We should always go back to that and never forget that list of demands. But that's not our treaty, that's what we wanted. Similarly, they have these articles of a treaty that's coming home to us. Those articles of treaty in that 1869 list of demands are the two same things. What Canada wanted in 1869 list of demands is what we wanted. The treaty is the oral understanding of what we actually agreed to. And it comes up again and again. And thank you for mentioning the pipe. We should always, honor those things. And I think that there could be a process going forward. There seems to be an interest, if not a written commitment yet, of us going forward in the manner that we've always wanted to. Meeting together at Windigo Island with high officials, talking about the treaty relationship going forward. Them open to listening to our grievances and making them right. Them telling us about their plans going forward so that we can prepare for those plans going forward. That's the treaty in a nutshell. That's supposed to be the treaty relationship. And I'm hoping through this engagement, through the commitments that Canada was forced to make through the UN, and they're definitely being measured. Like, this is their Achilles heel. They're supposed to be human rights champions, but for their relationship with Indigenous peoples, we can leverage that as a nation, as nations. We can do that. It's a possibility, but we have to work together, and we have to be as deliberate and dedicated to our nationhood as our chiefs were in the past in making Treaty 3. We have to have that same level of commitment. And I know that there's a chorus of voices telling us, to miss this other opportunity, and I'm hoping that you won't. I hope that we take advantage of this opportunity, work together as the strong nation that we are, to recommit to Treaty 3, have a strategy to work together, and get to that point of true implementation of Treaty 3. Miigwetch.
Lawrence W. Jourdain.
Hello, I'm Johnny Cash. Nishnaabe, Beshan, Kotendish Nikaz, and Nishnaabe Nikaza. Vision do them, Kitchen again in Donjiba. Miigwetch in the Maina Guban and Gwega Nishnaabe, Modgash Koikit, Deny Magan, Avagagi Kit. Deny Ma, where the Besho. Kia again, or kitchen, and Gishquazen sit. Mit der Soe, mi Jäger, Kikagi, Koikit. Hey, going Shragan, Gitigo, see, Min, away, we know, we are at, we touch in the Oegagi Mount, is it, and it took me in the Higa. Can we Yegitish get away, Chimigo, see? Hey, Gitashika, wait, Chimigo, Nin didn't end them. Keep in the mammy, no, in the Yangi, the man, Miss and Magagia, Kagi, Mammy, Nigo. Kitani on any migo, me no away. Me away out to what the way out him out is yet missing Egan. Me Ega in hat an action plan. Kina in Kagi Tangabia, Magman the two missing Egan. Kai needs and Mata Shinjiga Tessino. Kange gonna get upon King Goche. Chimoki Vigate. Oetas Kitashika Guachimigo, Benanishinabe. On knowing Agi Scotta hindering in Yangan singing, better me no be got there. Petage wewe ni. Pagakinagoto. Hanine kitomagaki. Kipin wewe ni. Nanaga chito weni ni. Kiwinge si awe ko niga osebia muko. Mi we shika ko chimigo. Kite westa minne. Kite westa minne. Mi ye shika ko chimigo. Ke no ma. Ke dam ga pichigo pachito taina ni shinabe. Kina gigikenda minne. Sketas pekano ngo mani heben. Vetani kenda so anishnabe. Vetagi au spekna matin. Washki bituna anishnabe. Vigona bina sheni she. Shagu somat niga opski onit. He pichin nagatis anishnabe. Kina yegi kenda amin. Vigo mah panegegi no ende yach saying. Kahpiendo ten kita sinda mga nishnabe. Skeno go mawegagi iskitot. Chibi sinda mawat ngeo skani shnabe. Hey ya witingi go banno ko be koita moki hinskas. Pakhan shagin te shinagot. Kita ship matisi. Kai ningo kagi shinago. Teijinakusino. Pakandania. Oneshna nigan shkama gat pimatisi. Kawi winijegi esesino. Nigan shka. Shketasmi nini ajin sittama. Higago chimigo me. Shiniga nabi. Haningani shistomangitongo. Kegi na gani utan ko bichigani. Nisho somita. Maybe China gaining a one about a common demand. Anishawi Nigoga Wegia Kenzi Nagosia. Nishtanashina and Koran de Sibibone. Anishaganishnania Quesagana Shimita, so Nashnagan Kanaoya. Sit Tasi. Oegaisia, Kaisia, Ginai, Gainai, Ginai. My English-French name is Lawrence W. Jourdain. You can almost tell just from those two names how conflicted I am, because one wants to separate and the other wants to own the other one. I have an English and French name. I come from Lac La Croix First Nation, and I belong to the Lynx clan. And I'm a 6th degree Medallion member. I have listened to the elders in Lac La Croix talk about treaty for many years. Don't let my body deceive you, I'm only 29. But the message I was giving to our people that speak the language is this. We have to listen to what the assignment is. There were 3 paragraphs presented to us. And I finished reading all the documents that were handed out this morning. And when Sarah was talking about what it is that's happening with the action plan that Canada has developed, the warning is this: there is no mention at all of the historic documents in that action plan. There is not even an inkling of reference to the historic treaties that we belong. And in order to rectify that situation, those 3 paragraphs are presented. And from my reading of the paragraphs and how they're structured and how they're organized, beautiful words, man. Strong words, beautiful words, and strong. Very clear and to the point. I, for one, support those paragraphs. Because if there is no reference of our historic treaties in the action plan, and then we will serve notice of these 3 paragraphs from us. And yes, all of us can sit here till hell freezes over. And I mean no disrespect for those people of the Christian faith. Talking about historic mistreatment of our people. Now's the time to look forward. What world can we build for our great-grandchildren? The same opportunity that our chief and signatory, Makadevson, in 1873 was confronted. The same question. 150 years later, his people are faced with the same question. We can be a strong people if we all stand together and if we all act as a nation. We, the Anishinaabe, are the nation. The communities are settlements, villages of where we live. If you read the treaty, it says the nation of Treaty 3, not the community of Lac La Croix as the nation. We're a community within the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Great nations fall apart when they start distinguish themselves individually. It's about time we start saying, I am Anishinaabe from Treaty 3 and nothing else. And I belong to the Anishinaabe Nation. That's my message to you, and I hope you understand what I'm saying. Huh? Let's make Treaty 3 great again.
Miigwetch, Lawrence. Oh, Chief Brian Prero. Go ahead. Microphone.
That's good. Following Larry. Hello, I'm out of cash. Bonjour, Sakachwe, Indigo, Bijou Totem, Kuching Donji. I appreciate everything that's being said. Miigwetch, Larry, for what you're saying. I have those same feelings. And I am going to be the mover on the resolution to go ahead and do this because it is important. At every turn, Canada tries to minimize their duties as a treaty partner. And I know that the treaty was signed with the British Crown, Queen Victoria, but Canada is the beneficiary of that. So I look at Canada as the Crown and the right of Canada, and they try to shirk their responsibilities as a crown. And they try to minimize that, and it's up to us to keep reminding them that they have obligations. Obligations under the treaty, and what Sarah was saying, if they don't honor the Crown and the Crown's treaties that they made, we have to tell them, You're unraveling Canada, just like you said. They're undermining the very foundation that, by which they exist. And that's why this is so important to keep that fight going, so that we keep reminding them. You know, and they come kicking and screaming reluctantly, but we have to show them and maybe educate them about what their responsibilities are as a treaty partner. And hopefully all the other treaties will do the same. But we have to do this for ourselves. So I just wanted to say that, and I will move that resolution.
Chief Kerry Aditis.
Bonjour. It's Chief Kerry Aditis Norwegian. Hyphenated. I guess I just have a couple comments. Miigwetch, Sarah, for your presentation. Miigwetch, for your work. I've reviewed some of the material that you've provided today, and I have some comments. I really like your the key proposed Grand Council measures section, where you have outlined some recommended proposed measures for us to implement. I think that's you have some really good recommendations in terms of reviving a treaty councils, making space for Indigenous legal orders, transition process away from the Indian Act must recognize Indigenous jurisdiction, specialized Indigenous Crown Treaty Court, need for free, prior, and informed consent. I really, really love reading those pieces for me, and I really support you doing that. I also appreciate your quotes. Those are very strongly worded, I think, in our position for our nation. And I share the same, I guess, thought about our Anishinaabe nation, as we are a nation. The Anishinaabe Omin, all of us, we're all in this together, and we have to strongly advocate and defend our treaty. And as a nation, I believe we also reserve the right to assemble and create whatever delegation we need to create in order to do so. So I support that work, and I support this in moving forward. You identified there was three things that you would require support for in moving forward, and that's number one, the National Action Plan. 2 is the specific measures that would be outlined in the action, and then 3 is the process of the National Action Plan. Is that right?
Specifically approving the submissions that you have, and then having a delegation working with Canada, specifically those 2 meetings, to meet with Canada and work on specific measures about inherent jurisdiction, historic treaties, and then finally the mandate to work on our own National Action Plan.
Okay. And that will be part of the resolution that will be brought forward tomorrow?
Yeah, that's in the resolution tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Miigwetch.
If I may, I just wanted to ask Laura Corner-Yao to stand up, just so I'm getting some credit for a lot of this work. She's been working night and day in some of this stuff, so she was also with us in Ottawa. So just wanted to share my appreciation for her hard work. Miigwetch.
All right, Miigwetch, to all the speakers on the treaty, very powerful. I thought I was in a general band meeting here for a while. It's good. It's nice that our people are really passionate. They have the power, I guess, to protect our treaty, and it's nice to see that from our people and to educate our young. Reminder from the finance before I ask the chiefs to come up and do their presentations. For the chiefs that have traveled here, and your fees will be ready at 3 o'clock. But at the same time, I'm asking the Chiefs Committee updates, and I would like to ask social chiefs to come up and do your presentation. After your presentation, you can go line up and collect your travel. So the last chiefs that will be collecting would be culture. So forgive me, Brian, if you're in culture. Yours.
Asking for a health break.
All right. As a host community, you're granted a health break. Miigwetch, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Beautiful. I'd like to ask the chair of the Social Chiefs, Bill Pettigwan, Wabaskang, to come up. And also the technicians under Social, if you could come up and assist. Anywhere there. You want that microphone on? Yep. All right, can we get a microphone on?
additional? Sarah is? I'll tell you what. Do you want to bring another chair? She's just gonna sit there. She's coming in.
Not really. He's good at it. Not in health problems. I barely made it here yesterday. Busho kinaya. Now be tang digo. Gishkiman sin do dem. Miigwetch make it aware. Kanamat biotma. Dewi ganak. Poganak. Cha ak. Wegega at kataga what. Mige chi dendam nonga migishak. Eben the Gishkatatium. Ashna Chinana Chiget, Oyakina Sega in Nigane Amagak. China Koyak Chige. Minanago and the Shoyagiak. Ki Niga Chit cooking, Ganwin, Chigiwet cooking. Panego Chinigan's coming. Bonjour. Hello, my name is Bill Pettiquin. I'm the chief of Wabaskang First Nation, and I'm the man of the hour. Anyway, I was in 4 different meetings and with the Benoji workshops in Winnipeg, and Dryden, Thunder Bay, and Thief River Falls. And when I see things that are worthwhile, especially when it has to do with our children, I'm very important to see that these things go ahead and they don't step backwards. I know a lot of times that I've went to meetings sometimes and I've seen everything going backwards, and I want to see us, every time we sit down, that we take a step forward, not backwards. And when I saw that meeting with John Paul, I saw something coming out of it, the first meeting I went to. And so I followed it through, and it's gone a long ways. And it's going to go much further. I think Kuching here has a thing he wants to say about how well this meeting has gone. Brian, you with you?
It's going very well. No, Miigwetch, I just, all of the things that the social chiefs are involved with, child welfare, health, and so many others, I really want to thank the staff at Treaty 3 for all the work that they've been doing over the last little while. It was said this morning or this afternoon that when we look back, we can see that we've made great strides in advancing our governance over ourselves. There was a time, it was said this morning, where we didn't even have administration offices on all our reserves. Grand Chief Topazanakwat Kanyu Eban, he used to say that, when the Treaty 3, when they organized the Grand Council back then in the late 60s, probably 69. There were gatherings, you know, with other First Nations besides our own nation of Treaty 3. And from there, like, I was just thinking about that, you know, at one time in Ontario, there, everybody was loosely, you know, part of the Union of Ontario Indians. Treaty 3 was the first one to establish their own, I guess, structure. I mean, and it was related to coming together as to negotiate a treaty, all of us. And they pulled away from that Union of Ontario Indians back in those days, and you know, this is going to be a long story, so I better cut it off there. All that to say is Treaty 3 was the first, and then Anishinaabe Nation, which in those days was referred to as Treaty 9. It was Andy Rickard was their first Grand Chief, and then the next to pull away was probably Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians, AIAI, and then the remaining Anishinaabe Nation was the rest of the Union of Ontario Indians. And I was just telling someone there that, telling Bill, you know, and even that, like if we look at the AFN and all these others that we belong to, from then, you know, I remember growing up, we never had a band office. All the business was done out of the Indian Affairs office above the post office in Fort Francis. And I'm sure the same was for in Kenora there. Indian Affairs looked after all of the business, you know, and then slowly but surely, you know, we started taking on responsibility for different programs. And Peter Tupazoniquet was telling me this one time, and he said he was telling the chiefs when they were first starting out, someday we're going to have our own administration buildings. And, you know, people were used to Indian Affairs controlling all the money and everything like that, and they would say, no, you're dreaming, that's never going to happen. But look where we are today, and I want to thank the staff in all of our communities and the staff at Treaty 3 for all the work that we're doing in child welfare, in health, and everything else that we're dealing with on our chiefs committees and all the other chiefs committees. And sometimes we're too hard on ourselves, but let's just say, you know, Miigwetch to our staff, and Miigwetch for all of those leaders from the past that saw that fight and kept that fight up, because things are way better for us today than it was when we had no administration offices in our own communities. Someone else was looking after all the programs. No, today we do all of that for ourselves, as we should have all along. So I just wanted to say that Miigwetch to all the staff in each and every one of our communities and at Treaty 3, because they do great work. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Brian. I just want to say Miigwetch to the person who hired this John Paul George, because he's really doing a magnificent job, and he's going to have 4 more meetings this summer and 10 community meetings. So these things are well in motion and they're moving ahead. That's what happens, just like when you're coaching a team, you find the right people to play on your team, you start winning, and we are starting to win, and we're not going back. We're not taking second place anymore. We're moving ahead. So I'm going to let John talk about a few things and get Sarah to talk about the legal long-term welfare and child welfare. John?
Miigwetch to Chief Bill. So just we have actually most, we like to keep our time. So Abhinav Gina Knagan, that's the great work we did. So we love to come to communities right now. We love to come into, we have a 10 visit plan. So that will be 10 communities or 10 communities, some maybe two or three communities stay together. We'll visit like that. So our technician team will come to in communities, and we'll have small engagements to help communities to work on their Abhinav Gignakan lawmaking. So that's one of the key priority for this year. Along with that, we will be doing our 4-directional Abhinav Gignakan workshop to reach to everyone and to learn from the communities and to share the the messages and also the upcoming ministry funding requirements, everything we love to be share. So our code development workshop, 4-directional workshop will be happening for 4 sessions. We are planning in 4 direction, and along with that 10 community visits for Abhinav Gignakan. So I'm gonna give to Sarah to talk about 2 of the child welfare things. Long-term child welfare reform and final settlement. So Sarah will.
Just to keep this brief, if you went to the Assembly of First Nations, you realize that there is likely going to be a final settlement both on the compensation to those individuals and families that were discriminated against because of the perverse funding incentive to take our children away from our families. And so that compensation will be approved by a tribunal, hopefully, sometime in the near future. The parties are looking for the tribunal date for the tribunal to formally approve the settlement. It's a historic settlement for sure, and it will benefit a number of families in your community. And we hope to be helpful in sharing, the specific details and information once the settlement is complete. Grand Council Treaty 3 is not a party to the class action. AFN is also a party to that compensation to individuals. But that should be achievable sometime in the near future. There is also the long-term reform for child welfare funding settlement. That's the First Nation Caring Society-led effort to ensure that there is much better funding for prevention-based services from the First Nations and the agencies that serve our communities. That effort certainly has made some significant changes for the better in our communities now. We're trying to make sure that Canada is still in compliance with the orders from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal on that. But the final settlement, they've been given the time, I think, and this is again still in negotiations. It's kind of at a standstill now as Canada gets a mandate to continue negotiating to December 2023, and that is to our benefit. One of the things we're asking the social chiefs is to review a request for proposals that we put together that Canada will support, so that we do a full needs assessment in the communities to make sure that we, as a region, as a nation, gets the funding that we need for long-term reform in the way of having all the prevention funding that we need on a needs basis, as well as the Jordan's Principles funding. So that needs assessment, I think, would be timely if we could do a request for proposals, have the assessment done, and I think it's definitely possible before we reach a final settlement. That will, of course, be at a Chiefs of Ontario meeting. So we'll try to make sure that you have the full information so that you do meet the standard of free, prior, and informed consent on behalf of your communities. We want to make sure that you have all the information in front of your council, so chief and councils can make the decision for themselves if this long-term reform is the basis of going forward. I have every confidence that the people negotiating on these matters are doing everything in the best interest, but they just don't have the information specific to Treaty 3. And I think that needs assessment RFP is going to be a really important piece. I think there's other matters, but we're out of time, but there's briefing notes in your kits. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch there. Hello? Okay, moving right along, they said we only got a half hour, so we're kind of moving ahead. So I'm going to get the health transformation, Annika Gillis, to give us a report.
Can I use your microphone? Is that okay? Okay. Miigwetch, I'd just like to take one moment to acknowledge the drums, the sacred items, elders, chiefs in the room, Grand Chief, and my fellow colleagues. And I recognize with humility my responsibility as a helper and technician to be here and to take the guidance and to learn from you on how to advance the work being done in a good way to protect and enhance treaty and inherent rights to health. I'm just going to first point you to the right tab and place to our health briefing notes that are going to be accompanied with resolution. So, well, the first one is, so tab 5, and then the green piece of paper, and behind the green piece of paper are the two briefing notes together. One is from the Drug Task Force, written by our Darlene Kirchie from our department, and that is one that might accompany one of the other resolutions that is in there from Wichita. Then the second briefing note behind that is the Health Transformation briefing note. So in terms of the Drug Task Force, we are calling for a nation-based deep dive into all the various needs, community needs, and finding a way to coordinate and consider an action plan and the right actions to achieve the infrastructure that's needed in our nation for healing from addictions and treatment, the community-based and driven needs programming in community, and the communications and educations that are needed to support the collaboration and the coordination across the nation to help support and reverse the trend that is a growing challenge, and we hear from everyone that we've been in the communities around. 2, the Health Transformation briefing note and the accompanying resolution really is the result of 15 actions that came out of the retreat that was held at Black Bear, March 29th to 31st. It was very well attended, and more than that, it had a lot of feedback and a lot of opportunity for dialogue, and that's where these 15 actions came out. So the resolution is to move forward with those actions and the development of a steering committee to help guide the laws that's being drafted as we start to wrap up the community engagements. So those are the two ones that are tabled for tomorrow's resolutions. Then in addition to that, we have general updates from our health unit because we are working towards the Anishinaabe health law and health transformation, but in the meantime, we have to advance the priorities of the nation right now to improve health conditions and health service delivery at a nation-based level and advocate for the policies and legislation needs around that. So one of the things that have come up since the last assembly where we've all met is HIV, AIDS, and TB have been dramatically on the rise. And we know this for sure in the Kenora area, but we can assume and think that that pathway from Kenora will reach the communities in Treaty 3 and the other urban centers in Treaty 3. So we are doing work, and we are working with all of our public health units to help support and create avenues to reverse that trend. 2, we're working with the data governance table. Our data governance table, based of community members, is in place, and they did just receive their first set of data requests. And as we met with the data governance table, we have also involved 2 HEAP Health Expert Advisory Panel members, Dr. Alex Pedequan and Dr. Renee Linklater, to help support and navigate the structures and checkpoints for assessing and determining the use of those data requests. Long-term care continues to be an issue across the nation, and Indigenous Services Canada has got a short-term RFP out for capacity project proposal and training planning. We are submitting in terms of that training and that capacity planning. Food security and diabetes is one of our top priorities and has been ongoing. Added to the work that we do with diabetes and that Shelley Sky does with diabetes is a food security and healthy foods program partnership that we are embarking on, including work with Agritech Partnership. And then if we look at the provincial priorities that have been funded provincially over the years, they are ongoing, and those updates are also in your binder from Shelley Sky, as she has continued on with us in that capacity to keep these files going. So we have the cancer care screening work. It's being rolled out. If you attend the table at the back, Health, you can see the postcards and the QR codes with the videos in relation to that, and all of the updates outside of what's in your binders from all of our department staff are also available back there. The kidney burden and dialysis update is in your binder. We continue to work on diabetes care and the strategy, and the Indigenous Healing and Wellness Strategy briefing note is also in your binder. And then the Indigenous Care Coordinator Program at Thunder Bay Regional Health Sciences Center. We have recently added the Grand Council Treaty 3 staff, Jillian Larrabee, to that team of 4. So she goes out of her way to welcome and visit those that are Treaty 3 members that are in that hospital. Jordan's Principle, with Sarah Warpole as the lead. She continues to do the ongoing work with reform, but I'd like to celebrate a few successes that she's had recently that have just been so overfull and so filled with youth and families coming together. So the moss bag making workshops, the Bear Witness powwow that was held recently, and she also has just launched the Anti-Racism Youth Survey. So if you look on our Facebook and social media sites, Chrissy has shared that youth survey to complete. And then Health Council, we, as part of the Black Bear Retreat, wanted to reinvigorate and re-energize the Health Council because they're an important part of our validation process with the community engagement sessions and for helping us navigate some of the really important tasks that we're tasked with in terms of being able to make sure it meets the community needs and that the information is getting back to communities when we are doing this work. So they have all received tobacco in the since the Black Bear Retreat. They have all received tobacco with a heartfelt request to, heartfelt request to participate there. And then Indigenous Systems Coordinator continues to, and you can see on our sites, we've got grief and loss, Indigenous harm reduction, and First Nations mental health and first aid courses and workshops coming up in the next month. Midwifery, van accessibility program. So we are launching, the 4 vans are purchased, and our first van will be at our 150th anniversary treaty signing events, sorry. The youth coordinator is definitely very busy, and all of our health department knows that what we are doing is for our youth. And so I know that we can celebrate the Slay in May event, which was wonderfully attended and a great opportunity for outreach and education awareness. And then the winter games, and this summer there will be similar summer games and lots of activities reaching out to the youth. I just want to state, and I'm almost done, the other health transformation work that we've been doing is in regard to the Manitoba-Ontario border. And the MOU, if you remember the last time that I spoke at the November Special Chiefs on Health Transformation, we talked about that MOU and how it was due for renewal this March. Well, with all the work and feedback that we've received, it's been extended till March 2024 so that we can address our concerns. And we have also had a chance to meet with senior technicians and officials at Manitoba Health and Planning, and they have an initial commitment to join the table with us for a quadrilateral table to help break down the barriers between Manitoba and Ontario. And the Health Expert Advisory Panel has been re-engaged in terms of supporting the next steps after the health law. Everything else should be in those briefing notes, and we are still continuing with the community engagement sessions. And so if you want to see what some of the graphic recordings look like, I have a few of them back at the table as well, plus the big one that was held at Black Bear is up for you to look at. And if you want to do community session regarding the health law and you're visioning for health in the future, reach out to Sydney Flett from our office or me, and we'll get you set up for that. Then that's it for my updates. I do just want to draw your attention to potentially 2 dates where those that are interested in health transformation and connecting and being involved with some of the next steps. September 6th, there's a 150th event in Kenora, and that is the North Direction, and our social committee is the North Direction. So we're also connecting our Health Council meeting September 6th in the evening and September 7th. Chiefs are invited, social chiefs are invited, and at this time it's a meeting around the health law work. And then September 28th, the day after one of the events that's being held, we are looking to have a senior officials meeting. If I can confirm that and chiefs are available, that would be great. And that is my update.
I have to apologize for jumping all over the place here. I forgot to mention, or if anybody wanted to ask questions, and that just kind of went over my head. It could be because I'm short. Anyway, what I said about being man of the hour, I'm co-chair. That's what it is. Okay, so I'm going to get Jennifer McKibben to talk about the Debajimoin, and she's got some slides to show us today. Oh, wait, come back here. You didn't answer the questions. Okay. Is there anybody with questions for, well, I don't see anybody with questions, so.
Bonjour, my name is Jennifer McKibben. I'm the lead for the Debajimoin project, which is an infrastructure build project to bring high-speed fiber internet to 21 First Nation communities in Treaty 3. And there was a resolution. I just pointed at the screen, do I? What? Sorry? Put it that way. Oh, look at that. Okay, there was a resolution passed at the last spring assembly regarding reporting back to each assembly with regard to the construction that's happened between assemblies. And so that's what I'm here to do today. It's a very short report. But I want to inform the National Assembly with regard to what construction has already taken place and also share the construction schedule for construction going forward. So this lists the construction, and I'm not sure how the maps are going to show up on the screen, but I'm going to forward to a map. So the construction so far has been buried an aerial cable installed from the central office in Fort Francis to Couchiching, to a new central splitting point in Couchiching. On this map, the buried is shown as red, the aerial as shown along the highway near the Agency 1 land, and then there's a CSP in Couchiching. I'm hoping that makes sense from the map. This is a map of a submarine cable that we put in that enters the water close to Regina Bay and goes into Regina Bay to serve them with high-speed internet, and then carries on to Whitefish Bay and Dogpaw, because they will also be served with high-speed internet. So this was the first step in getting them those communities served. This is a map of a very short piece of aerial fiber and what they call a central splitting point that was installed at Big Grassy in anticipation of serving their community as well. This is a map of the aerial fiber that's been installed between the central office and Emo along Highway 17 to Rainy River First Nations and a CSP there. And this is the aerial fiber that's been installed from Highway 11 south to a CSP in Seine River. So that is all of the construction that's already taken place. So this is the report from the social chiefs social chiefs with the economics chiefs form the advisory committee for the Demajimon project, and so the report comes through one or the other of those. And the last slide I want to show is the construction schedule for the Demajimon project communities. So you'll see that this summer we'll be building into, before the end of the year, building into 5 communities, another 10 in 2024, and the remaining 6 in 2025. And the project concludes at the end of 2025. Thank you. Miigwetch.
Okay, so this is the first time I've co-chaired, so you can probably see my boo-boos. But anyway, I think we did that under a half hour. Hey, 3:30.
Miigwetch.
Perfect timing there, Bill. Okay, there's karaoke tonight at 7 o'clock. Lac LaCroix is hosting a karaoke at 7. And we have Norman here that sings a lot of Waylon Jennings songs. And of course we have Larry, Johnny, No Cash over there. And the community has quite a history on being isolated, and that was one form of social entertainment that they've did in the past, was their singing. So it'll be interesting to watch. So we encourage you all to either listen or participate in the karaoke. All right, next chiefs that are asked to come up is the economic chiefs. If the economic chiefs can come up, along with the staff and technicians, if you could assist the economic chiefs. Just 2?
Being Haley.
Oh, just 2? Introduce? Okay. All right, we have proxy here for Janice Henderson. And we only have two presenters. Do we have other proxy or chiefs that are under economic? Where's all the money coming from? Where's all these payouts happening here? Let's put them as economic chiefs. Okay, you can live up to it. Okay. Yeah, Darlene was our economic lead, I guess, on the and she just lost her husband over the weekend, so our condolences, and let's proceed with the presentation for economic chiefs.
Yep. Bujo, Janagabo, Nigo, I think Indo them. Nigusiminikani Nindoji. First of all, I'll just give an opportunity for everybody to introduce themselves. So starting off with our right.
Bonjour, Nigano Mitang and Distikas, Wajasto Dem, Mitanjkaman Donji. My name is Chris Henderson. I'm a proxy for Chief Janice Henderson. Unfortunately, she couldn't attend, and this is new for me, so this is my first term as council in about 10 years, and so I'm just learning right now, so I unfortunately missed the Chiefs Committee meeting last night, so I'm just jumping in here. Miigwetch.
Hello, everyone. My name is Haley Kralik. I'm a policy analyst with Economic at Grand Council Treaty 3.
So far she goes there,
Chief Vernon Copenes, Economics.
So last night we weren't able to achieve quorum, but we did really get some guidance from our chiefs with respect to today's presentation. So everybody was pretty quiet until it came time to decide who was going to do the presentation. So guess who got to be the presenter? So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to present with respect to the Economic Chiefs Committee and the work that we have undertaken over the last 6 months. And today, our presentation will be singularly with respect to the item that's on the screen. And so we, in the work that we're doing, first of all, I'd like to mention the other chiefs on our committee. We have our chair, a new chair, which is E.J. Fontaine from Saugeen. He's taking over for Derek Henderson. And then our co-chair is Chief Darlene Cummigan. We also have Chief Judy Whitecloud, Chief Janice Henderson, Chief Clayton Wedelainen, and Chief Wayne Smith. They're also part of our committee. So the work that we've presenting today is really surrounds the strategic planning that we endeavored to complete at the end of February of this year in Black Bear. So what we had envisioned was looking at two different items. One was the Treaty 3 Investment Group and the 5-year plan for the investment group to ensure that we are on track with the goals and objectives of the strategic plan that had been completed about 3-4 years ago before COVID, and developing a plan for the Economic Chiefs Committee. So the work within the committee, the last work was I believe in 2011. And at that time, we looked at the mission and the vision. So we noticed that the vision at that time was fostering economic growth Grand Council Treaty Number 3 works with all 28 communities surrounding municipalities and tribal councils to encourage economic development for Treaty 3. So based on our discussions, it led us to multiple themes that should be factored into creating a new vision mission statement. So we didn't think we had a total buy-in from all 28 communities. It's a hard thing. Everybody wants to do when everybody wants to do their own thing. So how do we balance those two to benefit all 28 communities and benefit the community who has the project in their backyard? So we basically did an environmental scan. How many people are employed within businesses and communities? So there really wasn't a connection to the statement. It wasn't really relevant for today's climate. And the intent of the statement was very broad, as it assumes that 28 communities buy in. It assumes that the municipalities and tribal councils will equally participate, and it also lacks relevance for today. So, and the other item was, how do we incorporate Manitowoc and Nakagewin into the business aspect of the work that we are undertaking? So within our work, we decided to change the mission statement. So the mission statement now reads, through Anishinaabe protocols, in concert with all relations, create, encourage the conditions for economic well-being in the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. And so we highlighted some of the values that we wanted to see as part of the work, which includes respect, responsibility, integrity, honesty, incorporating Anishinaabe Mo'in, living well, maintaining privacy, fairness, inclusive of all 28 communities, understanding the nation's way of doing things, Manitowoc and Nakagewin, and then also taking only what you need, which means sustainability. So our environmental scan was to review what impacts the Treaty 3 economic, either positively or negatively. So we committed to completing a SWOT analysis, basically reviewing our strengths, weaknesses, the opportunities that were available to us, and the threats. And so based on our findings, the strengths that we have as the Treaty 3 nationhood, Manitowoc, Nakagewin, a process for engagement through MAI. We also have our cultural protocols, ceremony, identity, history, traditional form of government, four-direction governance model. We also have our medicines, fish, trees, connection, respect for each community, process of government, Anishinaabe Mo'in, connection to the Creator, and our rights. And our weaknesses were, a lack of funding, lack of resources, lack of willingness to train, work, no understanding of economic development, in some cases, lack of motivation, lack of communications. Our opportunities included resource revenue sharing, energy, natural resources, strategic geographic location, climate resilience. We also have a young population, educated population, And an opportunity was the development of a pension fund. We also have water, developing a trade agreement, data management and servers, traditions, culture, treaty. And then the threats were sustainability guaranteed, lack of capital, human resources for the present and the future, youth aren't motivated to participate, lack of community buy-in, what happens if we have another COVID pandemic, which would lead to recession, depression, fires, climate change, lack of capacity, and political will. So based on our discussions, we decided that we would focus our efforts on 6 priority areas. So the priority areas are establishing a pension plan, energy, well-being, real estate, natural resources and mining, data compilation. So in terms of the Treaty 3 pension plan, we're currently looking to research pension plan options to create a national pension plan for Treaty 3, but it requires engaging all 28 communities to determine the interest, draft a report to the Economic Chiefs Board outlining options and interest. If approval to proceed, we would engage a pension manager firm to create options of plans, including costs, enrollment, criteria, etc. So I'm going to ask Haley to help me out. So I'm going to ask her to speak to energy and well-being.
So one of the next strategic priorities was to focus on energy. So right now we're currently in the process of completing energy audits for 4 pilot communities. So once those 4 communities energy audits are completed, we're looking at receiving funding to complete audits throughout the rest of the nation. We're also looking at, once the audits are complete, we're going to be looking at conducting energy development feasibility studies. We're also looking at researching green technologies and innovation, so looking at what wind, solar, and battery energy looks like within Treaty 3. And then the last one is looking at doing more research with the intent to implement charging stations. So we're going to be having a presentation Thursday morning now at 10:15 from Ivy Charging Network. So they are a charging company, I guess you would.
Partnership between Hydro One and OPG, Ontario Power Generation. So it's a legitimate corporation.
Yeah, so they look at installing electric vehicle charging stations. So we'll be having a presentation from them and then hopefully discussing a resolution after that too, to move forward with it. Okay, so then the third priority that we have been discussing is well-being. So through well-being, we're looking at assisting with opportunities for health givers, traditional medicines, and healers. We're also looking at researching the pharmaceuticals industry. There may be potential to operate in the pharmaceuticals, and this kind of ties into some of the global trade work that we've also been working on. Letter C, assist community members and small businesses that provide services to support the healthcare industry. So this might include cleaning companies, catering companies, construction companies, maintenance companies. Then lastly, we're looking at what rental opportunities there might be. So this ties into real estate and also housing. We know that with all the jobs that come with developing the new hospital, there's going to be a high need for healthcare workers, medical offices, and clinics. Oh yeah, and then also with well-being, we're also looking at hopefully developing a Treaty 3 food security strategy. And we're also going to have a resolution for that on tomorrow or Thursday.
That'll be
Resolutions are-
tomorrow. So with that, how I understand it is we're just looking for the mandate to proceed with developing a food security plan. We haven't looked at establishing a relationship with any company. All that will be completed through a competitive bid process, so.
You want me to keep going or real estate? Go to real estate? Okay, I'll keep going. So then the fourth priority is real estate. So we're looking at purchasing commercial properties in Kenora and municipalities. We're also looking at purchasing residential properties in Kenora and municipalities where there is significant Indigenous population to assess community members with housing needs. So this comes through the partnership with Kenora District Services Board and then Rainy River District Services Board. So we have a memorandum of understanding with them. So we're hopefully looking at eventually figuring out what that housing governance structure might look like, and then looking at what the possibilities are of purchasing land possibly to develop housing. Then lastly, we're looking at researching and engaging with Grand Council Treaty 3 communities on owning and operating a hotel and conference center in Treaty 3. Number 5, natural resources and mining. So through Manitoulin and Okanagan enforcement and compliance, we're looking at hopefully developing some sort of economic or enforcement compliance policies that can be implemented with companies or individuals whenever there's the extraction or of resources or working within the territory with the natural resources at all. So B, we're looking at implementing economic policies that are in compliance with Manitoulin and Okanagan. C, supporting resource revenue sharing. And then also supporting Treaty 3 communities in the critical mining sector and ensuring that Grand Council Treaty 3 is an equal partner in all resource revenue sharing.
So the last item, oh, sorry, Chief wants to say something?
Bonjour. On that natural resources mining, I know there's going to be a conflicting part that maybe our lawyers should look into because of that bill 71 that they just passed here. So they're going to continue, I guess, mining and stuff like that. And I don't know where with our Manitou and Akunigewan, I don't know where at the time that they overstepped they breached their agreement with us by mining, etc., and then claiming the resources and all that to themselves. So we need to more we pignoget chige ma kaje niu bitu kamagagi kitang. So they're the ones that erred in the first attempt without listening to our protocols. Shgetashwina, wintamage go gi much thought. We know Tejabagam Senegego Gagi Ichigiat. Mishkanabach in K. Giat. Yanijagagan Shkagego, Ajowi Nagi Tapnigeok. Owe, Gishpingego Wiko Tebening a Wapskiet, Migo Gejichiget. So with that mining and all that, I think our lawyers should look into that and see if there's going to be any more future anything that's going to stand in the way of what we're trying to do here. Miigwetch.
Thank you, Chief. So the last item is the data governance. And with that, we will be seeking input from each of the 28 communities, economic development officers and departments to establish a data governance strategy for the nation, assist communities with the means to create their own individual databases, and review and educate and create awareness of an inherent rights, treaties, and jurisdiction through data compilation, and really establishing those relationships at the community level, to our agencies and Grand Council Treaty Number 3 to ensure that we follow the OCAP principles with respect to data, so that we can maintain our own information within the nation. And so, as part of that, we have looked to hiring personnel. So I'll ask Haley to speak to that issue.
So we've recently had, I think, 6 jobs posted to start working on all of these big projects. So we have been meeting with, his name is Jeff Hackett. He's a specialist with data governance. So we're hoping to hire him to do some of the projects or some of the work around data governance and data sovereignty. We've recently hired a business opportunities intern. His name's Chaston Mandaman, so that's really exciting. He was with us last year too, so this is his 2nd year coming back for the summer. Maria, we've hired 150th anniversary outreach coordinator to start really spearheading all the 150th anniversary events. And we've also recently hired Jamie Lee Peranto, who is our new economic admin assistant too, so we're really happy and excited. Yeah, I said him. So yeah, we're really happy and excited to have those 4 new hires coming on.
So in respect to data governance, one of the projects that we are working with is with Lakehead University Faculty of Business. And as part of that, we're looking to do a consumer spending survey in Grand Council Treaty Number 3. So we will be reaching out to your EDOs, your president or CEOs for your economic development corporations, or your portfolio holder for your economic, so that we can establish a network with each of these individuals to collaborate to be able to collect that data, because we know Grand Council Treaty Number 3 contributes significantly to the economy in our region. And so we'd like to complete that research as to just what is that? What does that mean, right? And how much do we pay, say for hydro or groceries, so that we can use that to implement a strategic strategy to invest in a lot of these sectors. We do know that, just in the hotel industry, that there's significant opportunities here, either to build a hotel or conference center within our region. And so this is our economic strategic plan. And so as part of the resolutions that we will be presenting over the next 2 days, one, it will be with respect to the pension plan and undertaking the work for the pension plan. Next will be the partnering for the IV charging stations, and to look at we do know there's some opportunities available to the province for subsidies to implement these charging stations in our communities. And Canada has made a commitment to have 20% of all automobiles in Canada to be electric by 2027 there, Dan? Yes, so what does that mean for Treaty 3, right? And so it's actually coming very quickly because the technology is changing. You know, we just said that Ford introduced a new battery-operated 150 just in this last quarter. So there's change coming, right, with the use of electric vehicles. Next, a resolution will be the CJ Trust Committee. That will be with respect to the transfer of CJ property to Grand Council Treaty Number 3. And we're anticipating that the work with ISC has already started and that these chiefs need the mandate to continue their work, even though we agreed to the selection of those chiefs at our last assembly. We just need to validate that with a resolution. We also have a resolution for food sovereignty, and that one will be presented tomorrow. And then the last one is we are co-authoring and seeking assistance with the environmental chiefs, sponsoring the MAI authorization resolution and the MAI funding table resolution that will be presented tomorrow. So those are that's our update, and if any of our chiefs would like to add anything further, I would open the floor to them. Chief Wedelainen, Chief Kopanats, or if Chief Smith is here. Or proxy, Chris.
I think we should have our own NASA.
All right, no comments from the chiefs or proxies. Miigwetch, is there any questions for economic chiefs?
And I don't drive a Rolls Royce yet.
All right, Miigwetch, economic chiefs. Oh, yep. Lorraine Major.
Bonjour. I've got a question for ECDEV. I'm part of the elders for the CJ property, so I'm very interested in what happens there. I'm also a survivor. So my question is this: why are you looking at buying property for housing when we have all this property at CJ? One of the discussions we've had among ourselves through the years is that that property should be used for healing programs for survivors and their children. Like, it's a surprise, like, don't buy property, let's use that. Miigwetch, that's all I have to say. You know, you gotta ask people. You just can't make decisions like that. So think about it, please.
Miigwetch, Lorraine Major, that's a very powerful statement as a survivor and recommendation for ECDEV. And we have a response.
Oh, bonjour. Keget oik chinen dagun. Yega kagi pito tagoing. Tanang. Ogoe. Oe kina nishna big. Gagagi staus this year. Vichina oenge amen. Gitishin damen ye. Kwenga nishna bem. Anishna mi en kejim skoi sege go gagia. It kegagi seat. Igitisi minanik. Oetishke gekit. Ishigagi zimenego in so baby goeg. Geni wind. Oen misse. Kagi kwe. Ashkenega buik. Tikaj to temet. Gipiwa wind maganan. Geni wind. Oe gikina magawang. Wewene. In kegi at kijinagok. Kijis saying. Skegit nakamegizet oe de tevon. Kagi jawawin da moit. Kina moit kego. Oe gaine antikit. Oya. Anishnag ishrenda is in ke echijit nakamegizet. Was nakega met in kegija ki ija. Ki ijina mindakit. Man kege. Ki was konege ostiguaning. Git nakamegizet. Kapichek chijenda guzet. Skete shoega tibachman twinnem. Kagi pichek kina mut. Ki winda uset utnong. Kajana mat. Awe mikite konegi kitat. Ogoege kinege ogagi oshitot awe. Wapskiet. Kasni ka teg wigishin katan. Mitashenji kitan. Awayat sokan nogam na mae. Umagaj ni ubito kamagag. Kinta wind magagi aing. Kajagagi kitat awak chat sokan. Na me ma bonza bandan ye. Kasni katig. Kajana maat kina ye. Kangego manak sinon kita. We knock sheo we ojitona. Kawingin when kita yaman shigin when noe. Wigi yaman. Dewe ganak chiskan kinasago nawe. Mishega kiga ganone goagoe. China go. Keget in ke etamanen damog. Ogoe. Kayat. Imagagi ishat kagi isha kinamo inda. Gabinonji yat. Kainin in ke Ginen de si menino en mindai kit magaja mamu biang. Chatawa yang mina kan yego. Mimina ye unichigen. Uguna shonja tawa en kinegego. Kino wan sho kinagi takinan. Wemech nashkego chigo gachamangat oe. Wapskiet. Ugi mako endoga enyan kit. Otana imagego ki unichige awaya. Danigi kuguete ya. Da kit mani go bizano gi makane gi apiga gi pagit na moat ye chat. Chis the table the moat. Ke go kshitagi ikito. Ogo makan ya pi. Sketish is just nak saying. Nogum. We kuguete vinigeng gegi nun gego. Itakiminan. Mikshen dagok. Chapiten dagon shegi takiminan, kinibiminan. Mishmajis an akseg. Ante, Ejek kinamo in da binov geok. Itashkonagin a menanig na. Kana pachego mas non. Yemas an egan kagia. Tajika moat. Nagat shet to go ye, Shkonegan Oganisia and Kobinana ye. Kawingi went ye. Kegani when get to see Binana again Antikiat. Kawingi ikitok. Igim chizagan Gina Nanksha. Kangego I packet in the Zeman. We got kitted or get the Zeman and gain in Belgica, Yantikit. With this year, Dania Kobiana neck pay, or go where you get the Zeman, I didn't care where, ne? Because you go to sit you take a bun away. Give in the mug. Skate Maga gave Chichiga take Ekchua Kaigan. Yes, to go, Cassinica take. What does she mean? Name, Kagajas and Dagas Kazat, Kikazata, Kikazmatiga. Abenonji, yet take a cannot moinda. She cannot. Just to go away, ne? She's the Jikiga take here. How I get money the Mogna Nibia, skating in or Tikina Mago on it. St. Mary's. Ajmina Mangani Shikina Mago. Fort Francis Magag. Going in K. This is the buttons in ear chat. Chibataki take ya big Sanika take. Meaning in Kega is Kina Mago one. I know there. Waban does in me not ear. Uetish Gikagoete, Kugoch Mag Magajage of Cobatia to go. You get to see me now, Nick. Magajage way, ne, Meneginak, Taujichigate. Mixigin went in K. Hischigang. Go. Kenyan kit away, Kani Magagation in it. Umakship K, good thing. Kego Chigate, Ima, Chijimami Quenement. Away God. Come on, and Mean Kega, the man. Chanishigo quick sit towing away. Kagi to tago at Kagi to tago and sugar. Away. Kejanish na being. Away Tasha. Kagish Kiramo one gaya. Kagish Ocean. Hego Wika. Kaware cannot again. Kagish mini go is in dick. You got Negasian ear. I got no enough canoe. Chan canoting. Anishnagin Aja. Ibis and Dago, a go out so conic. Mission got think Ibis in the way, Gigagi Gitanotinang, Gandian Kunotanzin. Anishna make it away at so can go thing, have a thing at the go gag on ticket. Go get him out this away. Can sit tongue. Gagikina mot gagin in, Nimise, Jan Kunotang ear.
Pashkinega weakness because I take into them. Kebiashagame in Kazungo, Megagi, Quegandigo, Ubashkandagang Donji, Washagaming Kate, Chigi Big when in the Biminan, Wegam Shogam, Wezagan, Pikinako, Sagagan is in Katega Bunjan. Miwega Jikina Maguan, Wegabinonjian, where Jetagochik Kendaman, Iwegini Beam. Ejinikate ngigo, Ejanishnabe nikatek. Nagani kagitam kamigusi, Kendaman. Ejanishnabe nikate is Izagega Nanjabunjaya and Gigonin. Mi chikakenda megegi noa. Ue janishnabe nikatek. Ue gitakimia. Ue ge nebe chigibige gitakimia. Ue bonjayaik. Namita shie. Ue nishimene. Ue nishimes. Ue enokase. Atike jotute met mige ninie. Onoe oguimein ke biajagame. Uegap metajindang. Wingeni nese toto. Anishnami ue. Ue usinan. Ue oza ogoneb gishin kazo. Wisagibineske atik. Ogu tute minan. Mige onoe omishum santibi noega oguimeit. Miawe niska chigishi gweb gishin kazo. Mi awendan kubitaga ni nan ginanan dwe e. Mi dash oe gab metajindang. Mi eje migagi stagozit. Mi keget te kagip migagi itot gega kwenda mose. Anishwin mahke. Kagi patakitego kinamati gamikagi jang. Kata jindang anishna ma. Kagi ayanet wichikinama organia. Kego magi jise. Kijise oga binonjiuk. Kikagwatagi auk. Kikagwatagi seuk. Pushke anend. Kagi kiesiuk. Tajishinog ima. Mitas ye menigan gata jindang. When these schools were in operation, there was a lot of abuse that happened in these schools. And that's not a very good story. A lot of it was truth. A lot of these children sometimes didn't make it home. And what my brother is saying is that this is why, Lorraine, when she was mentioning, why don't you use the school at Cecilia Jeffrey Residential School to use, the grounds, for the, to make, to reuse but what he's talking about is that back in the day, there was a lot of abuse that happened at CJ. And sometimes some children didn't make it home and there was a lot of abuse there. A lot of people don't realize that some of those children that were abused there, sometimes they were buried there. Underneath the building, in that brick building. So you can't use the same building. You have to take that down and take care of the area, and you have to make a fence around it in our way. You have to build that fence around it in the way that we do our fencing. You can't build in that same area. You have to build an old-time fence around it, and you have to build away from there. You can't build in the same area. You would be desecrating those grounds if you did that. And that's what he's talking about, my brother. Okay? And that's why my friend there, Lorraine, was having that, almost an emotional outburst there when she was talking about that. Because a lot of us, I'm a residential school survivor as well as my brother, And it's a very difficult thing to talk about. I'm from the St. Mary's Residential School survivor and St. Margaret's. I myself, I have a son today. I have an adopted son because I'm one of those young teenage girls that I had 3 miscarriages, 2 in St. Mary's, from one priest in St. Mary's, 2 sons. My mom and dad witnessed me having a miscarriage when I was 10 and a half years old. It was very traumatic for my parents and for myself. I'm able to talk about it now because I went through a lot of healing in my lifetime with my mother and my father. And then my brother came for healing after. He went through a terrible time of alcohol abuse. So did my mom and dad. But I went through a lot of healing in my lifetime. I went to ceremonies. I'm a lodge keeper myself, you know, and so I'm able to talk about that. I'm one of the ones, I was a young person when I went to shake tents to talk about residential school abuse. I'm one of the ones that said we gotta talk about this. We gotta put them through. You know, we gotta talk about this, the truth, the hard truth. And I'm one of the ones that, you know, supported Anishinaabe Park, you know, when Louis Cameron and them were there. But he told me, you know, you don't have to come here, he told me. You know, he said, my niece, you don't have to do this. Let us do this for you, you know. So they went in there and did that, you know. And he said, you don't have to do this. Let us do this for you, you know. So when they did that occupation, but I, you know, I stood up for our rights, you know, ever since I was a teenager. That's how I survived, you know. That's how I survived my abuse. And I listened to the, you know, people, men, women, throughout that residential school era. I listened to them when they were talking about their abuse, you know. And that's how I survived. And I listened to them. And I listened to my mom and dad when they talked about their abuse. And that's how I survived, you know. And then I had to talk about my own in a shake tent. That's how I survived, you know. So, you know, I can talk about it now, you know, and it's okay for me now because that's the truth. And that's the kind of lodge that I carry is a truth lodge, you know. A lot of people come to my lodge from all over the world actually now, you know. And I have no qualms about speaking in public places. A lot of you know me, and I always tell the youth, you know, you got something to say it to me and I'll pass it on to the chiefs. Because, you know, I'll speak for you. Women, old people, you know, back in the day, I will speak for you. And that's what I do. But the gist of this is that we are human and we have to respect what we do. We have to respect our original instructions. And that's the message here, what my brother wanted me to pass along is, you know, to respect what happened at that school. And that we'd have to make this fence if we were to establish a building there, you know. We would do that in a respectful way. That is that message there. Mina, Lorraine. But we could still do that, you know. But we would respect those areas. Okay? Miigwetch.
All right. I was hoping to get the last 2 environmental and cultural, and earlier on indicated if everybody kept within the half-hour limit of presentations. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to achieve that. I tried. I've asked the host chief, and earlier on I was instructed this morning to stop at 4:30. I know some have made arranged plans to hit the ball, which is a good form of conducting business and social activities. And I know Fabian is going to be hanging on to the skins money. So we're going to move the environmental and cultural till tomorrow morning. So, and we want to make sure you also get your rest for day one. So we're going to continue this tomorrow morning at 9. I've spoken with the co-chair, and he also agrees we should continue tomorrow.
Thank you.
Miigwetch, Gary.
When is she chopped?
And thank you, Haley, for you're not chopped liver. Miigwetch. Oh.
Yeah, the ones I bought in Winnipeg.
I'll go get one. I'll get my cousins to draw one up. I'll get my cousins to draw one up. Did you win? How much did you win on that machine?
I won 900.
Yeah? Did you hear what I won?
Yeah, you won $4 grand.
We get 4,300. See, look.
Just to make sure.